Good evening, and welcome to the January 13th, 2021 meeting of the City of Lake Forest Plan Commission. I'm Rosemary Kerr, Chairman of the Commission. In compliance with recent modifications to the Open Meetings Act, this meeting is being conducted remotely. As Chairman of the Plan Commission, I have made the determination that it is not prudent or practical to conduct an in-person meeting due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and that it is not feasible to have the commission members or the public physically present. Public access to this meeting is being provided on cable television, channel 17, and online through the link provided on the agenda. Public testimony is welcome. Given the likelihood of a large number of speakers this evening, we suggest that those who wish to speak use the raise hand function at the bottom of the Zoom screen. Staff will call speakers forward as they appear on the screen. Public comment can also be offered by calling 847-810-3643. That's 847-810-3643. If the line is busy, please call back. Please be patient. We want to accommodate everyone who wishes to speak, and we'll do our best in this remote forum. At this time, I would like to introduce the members of the commission and staff. Commissioner Dixon, Commissioner Moorhead, Commissioner Freeman,
Present.
Commissioner Athenson, Commissioner Douglas. Is Commissioner Douglas available via telephone?
Yeah, I'm having trouble with my camera, sorry.
Okay, glad you're on the line. Thank you. Commissioner Ruggles is ill and will not be present this evening. And for the city, Kathy Cerniak, Community Development Director. Our first item of business is consideration of the minutes from past meetings of the commission. Are there any corrections to the minutes of the September 9, 2020 Plan Commission meeting?
Chairman Kerr, I have just one correction. It's on page 9, 3 paragraphs down, 1, 2, 3. At the end of the second sentence, it starts with, he noted that he believes, and I'd like Kathy to insert in his opinion. You see where that is?
Yes.
Thank you. And that's all I have.
We'll take care of that.
Any other corrections? Hearing none, but including those corrections, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All members of the commission wishing to approve the September 9th, 2020 Plan Commission meeting minutes, please say aye.
Chairman Kerr, I'm going to ask Michelle to do a roll call vote.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, we will do this by roll call vote given the Zoom function. Commissioner Dixon.
Aye.
Commissioner Moorhead.
Aye.
Commissioner Freeman.
Aye.
Commissioner Athenson.
Aye.
Commissioner Douglas.
Aye.
And Chairman Kerr, aye. The motion passes. Getting to the main business of the evening. The first petition before this commission is consideration of a request for approvals related to a new development proposed on the southeast corner of Waukegan and Everett Roads. The commission previously considered this matter in September. The consideration and the request involves a special use permit authorizing a drive-through lane, professional offices on the first floor, and variances from setback and parking requirements for commercial development proposed on that southeast corner of Everett and Waukegan Roads. A single-story retail building near the corner, a 3-story medical office building on the southern part of the site, shared parking, and landscape amenities are proposed. Property owner and applicant, 1015 LLC and 1045 LLC, whose members are Carmine Iosu, Luke and Nicole Mertens, Joshua Iosu, Megan Iosu, and Joseph Iosu. Representative this evening is Jack Frigo of Frigo and Associates, and there may also be some other speakers who will identify themselves as they come to the podium. Do members of the commission have any ex parte contacts or conflicts of interest on this matter? All right, seeing none, I would like to now swear in Jack Frigo and any other members of your team, Jack, who may be speaking as part of your petition. I see Nick Patera and Jack Frigo. Anyone else? Then for you gentlemen, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Okay. Then please proceed with your petition. And if you can contain it to 20 minutes, that is helpful.
Thank you, Chairman Kerr. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. We think we have our full team here, although I don't know that they've tried to log in. I've been getting a couple of calls from our engineer and another that they haven't been able to. So they may join. I've given them Troy's phone number, and hopefully if they need to speak, they'll be able to connect to Troy. But let me thank you, first of all, for allowing us to appear again. When we met with you on September 9th, it was a very comprehensive meeting, and there were a lot of good suggestions that came out of it. And the item that was of concern seemed to be the parking, the amount of on-site parking. And so you asked us to look at that more carefully, and also to provide more information as to how we intend to provide off-site parking to our tenants and their employees. So we've done that. Nick, if you could bring up the plan where you have the blue highlighted areas that show how we improve the site plan, please.
Coming up.
All right. Chairman and commissioners, when the first plan that we submitted to you at the September 9th Plan Commission, we had 100 on-site parking spaces. After hearing your concerns, we revisited the site, we worked with our team, and we made some modifications to the plan. And we have added 15 on-site parking spaces. So we've gone from 100 spaces to 115 spaces. And if Nick can bring that up, we'll be able to show you where those are located on the site.
Is that showing, I'm sorry to interrupt, is that showing up on your all screens with a graphic image, or just not yet?
Not yet.
I don't see it yet. But while Nick is working on the technology of that, the material that you have, I believe, shows a plan that has some blue highlighted areas. And if Chairman, if you or any of the commissioners can just confirm to me that you have that exhibit.
I do.
Oh,
Yes.
Okay, so, oh, there it is.
And here it is.
Yeah, so now it's on the screen. So you can see where we got most of the spaces is in the area between Building A, the coffee shop, and Building B, the medical office building. We had something of a roundabout at our right in, right out off of Waukegan Road. And this was actually Carmen's idea to remove the roundabout and provide a more dedicated parking area. So Nick Patera worked on the plan, and we adjusted that. So you can see the cursor there. So we were able to add 5 spaces in that square footage. We also, as you look around on the other locations, if you go to the southwest corner of the site, we added 2 parking spaces at that corner, and then there were a couple of single spaces added as you can see them distributed around the site. So we were able to preserve the aisle width, the parking space dimensions, but we were able to add 15 spaces. We also were able to remain in compliance with the pervious surface landscape area and so on, and I believe the staff report confirms that. Nick, if you go to the next plan, that is the result, which you see in front of you there. So that's the plan with the 115 spaces. We didn't move any of the buildings. We adjusted the parking areas themselves. Nick, if you would go to the first page, that is the context aerial, please. Great. Okay. So as I mentioned, we've added 15 spaces on site. We have 2 off-site parking options. One is under contract by license with the St. Pat's Church and the Archdiocese of Chicago, and the other is for use on an as-needed basis, and that would really be the south end of Lot C at the metro station. With regard to St. Pat's Church, Carmen Iosu and his family have had a 7-year agreement with the church to lease spaces that would be in the southwest corner of the St. Mary's School, which would be the closest to 1025 West Everett Road, which is a building that he owns, which will become part of this campus. We're discussing with St. Pat's and also the Archdiocese the possibility of expanding that, the number of spaces that would be available across the street. That hasn't been completed yet, but we're in discussions with them on that. We think we'll be successful. The other off-site option is the south end of Lot C, which is the metro station. And as you look at it, it's the southernmost part of the metro station. That area is available, whether it be monthly permits or daily permits. And it's my understanding you can log in with an app and register your car and the number that you're in, and similar to parking in the city of Chicago with at one of the electronic parking meters. The combination of the 2 off-site options, we think, gives us sufficient spaces and in close proximity to be convenient enough for the staff employees to park, both for the medical office building as well as for the retail site, the retail store. As we've spoken with prospective tenants for the medical office building and taken an estimate from them of their staff and the visitors and physicians, we think that our on-site parking will really be adequate to handle the patients, the visitors to the store, and the physicians. Staff, as we mentioned, will be required by lease to park off-site. I believe you have in your package 2 letters, one from Bill Mackesy Investments, who's a tenant at 1025 West Everett, and also Dr. Mark Mass of Lake Forest Acute Care Center. He's also a tenant at 1025. And we have that arrangement by lease. It's a provision in their lease that requires their employees to park off-site. And we wanted to get their reaction and ask them if they would provide a letter to you that indicates that they in fact do that, and they really don't have an issue with that, or does their staff. And so I believe you have that information in your package. I took a walk from Lot C, space 62, which is at the north end of the south half of Lot C, so it's near the post boxes. And I walked from there to what would be the east entrance of the medical office building. And it took me 4.5 minutes. It was an easy walk. And I got a red light. So I waited to cross until it turned green. Walking back, I didn't have a red light, and that was 4 minutes. And somebody may walk a little faster, a little bit slower, but I can tell you from personal experience that it's not much of a challenge. So we think that between what we've done on site and what we can make available to our tenants for off-site parking, that we can really address the parking requirements for the project. The KLOA study seems to bear that out. and the city's independent traffic consultant seems to agree with the KLOA study. So I'd like to ask if there's any questions on this matter. I'd be happy to respond, and if we need any of our other consultants, we can bring them in as well.
Thank you. And next we'll hear, before any questions come from the commission members, the identification of issues by city staff.
Thank you, Chairman Kerr, members of the commission. This petition was before you in September of last year. At that time, the commission indicated general support for the project and directed that we forward this project to the Building Review Board for review of the design aspects of the project, building, landscaping, as well as a request for a building height variation. The Building Review Board did see this petition. They did vote unanimously in support of the petition and in support of the height variance. The Building Review Board will see the details as final design development occurs. They will see the details of this project again at a future date. This petition is before this commission for consideration of a special use permit. In the case of this project, the special use permit is requested to allow professional offices on the first floor. In the B1 district, professional offices on the first floor do require review and approval through a special use permit. Approval of a drive-through for the coffee shop or the small retail building is also requested, along with a variance from the number of parking spaces based on the standards in the code. This site, as currently presented, with the total on-site spaces of 115 spaces, is 45 spaces short of what the code would require. A request is also incorporated into the special use permit for a setback variance for a very small portion of the southwest corner of the medical office building. At the point of furthest encroachment, the building does not exceed 4 feet into the setback along Waukegan Road. And finally, the special use permit would approve the overall site plan. As I mentioned in September, when you saw this, there was an indication from the Plan Commission of general support, and I would almost characterize some of the commission's comments as excitement or perhaps relief at seeing a plan finally come forward for this site. The proposed uses are fairly low intensity. They are not uses that generate late night activity or excessive light or excessive noise or odors. The major concern raised by the commission at that time was the parking. Much like businesses and developments in the central business district, various developments along Waukegan Road do rely on parking at the train station for employee parking. North Shore Medical, as part of the discussion of approval of that particular use, there was a requirement that employees park off-site if there was not sufficient parking on-site. Forest Square employees also have the ability, in fact, anyone has the ability to park in the public parking lot. Again, much as occurs in the central business district. The advantage for this site is that the site is located in an area where there is some parking for neighboring uses that those spaces are used at different times than are needed for this particular use. And again, the proximity to the public parking at the train station. If this development were to be downsized to incorporate the additional 45 spaces, in the end, that works against the goal of the comprehensive plan for this area, which talks about really creating mixed use and creating businesses that really help to energize and bring people into this area. By encouraging people walking through this area, by allowing a building to be constructed of the sizes proposed, we're really maximizing the use of this site and the opportunity to really, again, help energize the business district and really create a very strong statement at the south entrance to the business district. The staff report that you have does include findings in support of this special use permit. And with that, I will conclude my comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Now's the time for questions and requests for clarification from commission members to the petitioner or staff. We'll begin with Commissioner Douglas.
Sorry, I had to find my unmute button. So I have three questions, I guess, for the petitioner. The first one is with regard to the parking exhibit. In my copy of the exhibit, in the center of the exhibit, I have two orange spaces that say -1. So I get a total of 11 as opposed to 15 with that swing. Was that a prior version that subsequently got changed?
Yes. The two minus spaces were in air, and they should be represented by blue, which the package and the exhibit that's on there on your screen now is accurate at 15.
Okay. Second question is, do you have an estimate that's founded in some kind of a realistic study, I guess, of your potential tenants that projects how many employees would be in the project at any given time?
Steve, the information that we have along those lines are from conversations with specific tenants and discussing with them what the parking arrangements are. And they seem to feel, and we agree based on the discussions with them, that the on-site spaces are sufficient for their visitors and patients and physicians. So it seems that it's somewhere in the 2.25 to 2.4 spaces per 1,000. And that's about where they're at for the particular medical practices, the dermatology group that we're speaking with, the oral surgeon, and the general dentistry as well, with 3 different types of users.
Okay, but you don't know how many employees are anticipated to occupy the premises?
Not the entire building, Steve. But our employees are, the employees will be parking off-site.
Well, I understand that. I'm trying to, obviously it's a difference if you have 5 employees versus 45, because with, if you had 45 employees, then all of a sudden we're at the code required parking. So that's what I was trying to get an idea of.
Yeah.
And the last question with regard to the setback and the encroachment, is it the southern corner of the building that's got the 4-foot encroachment, or does that central element encroach farther into the setback than the corner does?
It's the southwest corner of the building that 3.10 or 3.9 or 4 feet comes from. The bay and the terrace that you see looks like it may project into the setback area. That's a possibility. I think it would be less than the 4 feet. That's definitely manageable. That's exterior terrace area for us. The reason for the setback at the southwest corner is really to accommodate the parking field east of the building. As you know, the drive aisle and the parking space dimensions are not flexible.
Yeah.
So the building needs to be where it is, and we were able to develop the parking aisles as we have.
Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Freeman?
Thank you. 2 for Kathy. Is it typical to approve the special use for a drive-through before understanding the use for the property. We've heard it described as a coffee shop. I've heard it described as a retail space. Do we know what it's actually going to be before granting a special use permit for a drive-through? And would we normally?
In most cases, a special use is granted to a specific business. In the case of this development, because it is a comprehensive overall development, and I believe there was some discussion and there were some comments from the Plan Commission about this at the last meeting. I think there is some logic because the overall site is being designed to accommodate a drive-through. There's some logic in approving the drive-through facility with some limitations as to what that retail building could be. And in the recommendation, it's specifically called out that the permitted use is a coffee shop or a similar business which would generate the same type of traffic. So in the event, and we specifically excluded it, in the event a bank was proposed or a fast food restaurant, that would not fall under this approval. But whether it's coffee shop A, B, or C, or whether it's a donut shop, at this point, as this is written, those uses would be allowed under this special use permit.
So in answer to my question, typically we'd have an understanding of what the business actually is before we grant the special use.
Yes, in this case, the special use permit is being granted to the owner of the overall development site. It is not completely unusual, but it is often we see drive-through requests come through for a single building on a single site, something that is not part of a comprehensive development.
And then will there be stop signs at the ingress and egress points off of Waukegan Road?
I would expect that there would be, but we will certainly work through that with the city's traffic engineer.
Yeah, I mean, you can remember this was every proposal for this particular site, given that turn to the northeast as you head north on Waukegan Road has always been a concern. So I just think we need to think about that from a recommendation standpoint. I don't know. I think it'd probably be Nick. Can you give us a highlighted or a closer up version of the ingress and egress point, the northernmost one on Waukegan Road?
Yes.
Where the parking spaces are. I can't quite make out. I mean, I appreciate why you did the shading, but is there an opening on either side of that island? Is that what I see?
You're talking about this area?
Right.
Yeah, right. And so, correct. There's an island in the center that I can enter in. This is my right-hand turn in from Waukegan. I can enter in here. I can park.
You can't blow that up at all?
Yes, I can. I think you're probably going to be impressed with my Zoom skills. Getting there. Okay. There's an island in the middle with a tree planting, and that there's an inbound and an outbound side to this auto court area, if this is what you're referring to. So I can.
Yeah. So help me understand the logic for that, because I'm concerned about ingress and egress, particularly at that bend. It has always been a focus of concern in this lot, and so why would you allow? I mean, that opening is so close to Waukegan Road. Is there? And if you didn't have it, couldn't you have more parking spaces in there?
The question about more parking spaces would be difficult. I think we've got just enough dimension to make these conventional parking spaces. So answer to the second question is, I don't believe we can get more parking spaces. We didn't want to have any cars backing into call it the throat of the inbound or the outbound. So we really wanted to keep this a clear route. And if you're coming in, you've got a good probably 40 to 60 feet before you're going to decide to make this turn in. And then you can wait for a clear opening to exit and go west and make your right-hand turn or exit and go back out in any direction. So the intent, Commissioner, was to keep this corridor very clean and to bring you all the way to this intersection to make a decision point. So I think it's your concern is this turning movement where I'm cutting in to get here, and you're gonna have to wait your turn to get in.
Yeah, I worry about congestion in that area. I mean, going all the way back to when it was Pasquazi's, there were cars lined up all the way to Waukegan Road, and you've got cars coming around that bend at 55 miles an hour. And, you know, granted, they're supposed to slow down to 35, but the reality was they never did. And so I worry that you are creating an opportunity for more congestion so close to Waukegan Road right at the bend. And if this crosswalk were different, or if there weren't a drive-through, you would have space for more parking spaces. And I'm just trying to understand kind of, is there any room for improvement there?
With regard to parking spaces, without compromising circulation, I'm going to say that would be difficult to try and increase parking spaces. I think the point that you're making would be something we can reconfirm with both the city and our traffic engineer to coordinate to make sure that this movement inbound isn't going to be constrained and that we won't have backup or conflict at the entrance into this 11 space, auto court area, if that's the critical part that you're asking.
Yeah, it is. And also, I guess that's in part due to the fact that you have this walkway or corridor area here, and where it's positioned with the drive-through, it doesn't leave enough room to do something different.
I'm sorry if I'm understanding you, but you're talking about this corridor or walkway is really a paving pattern more than anything else. It's really trying to just differentiate that you've come into an auto court area.
No, I'm talking about the one to the north of it where there's some kind of a discussion about a trellis and a seating area, all that stuff.
All of this,
right?
Which is the seating area. This would be intended as a crosswalk while people are waiting to pick up their coffee or what have you. They can then cross here and then continue through the site. So I don't think that this, because cars are stopped, there's a pretty good sight distance between car and pedestrian at these two locations. I don't think this is a different subject than what we were talking about down here.
Well, the comment, Nick, was if you didn't have such a wide crosswalk trellis seating area, you'd have more room to pivot the space I'm concerned about further north. I understand because of the way the building is positioned and the way the driveway is, or drive-through is positioned, you can't do much with that space because of those limitations.
Well,
Mr. Freeman, I would just offer that the commission could certainly add a condition that directs that the city engineer as well as the petitioner's traffic engineer revisit that area. I will note that we've all acknowledged over the course of many discussions of this property that access is difficult, but it is vastly improved simply by the fact that this parcel is now consolidated with the office building parcel to the east. So eliminating, I believe, at least 4, perhaps 5 curb cuts are eliminated, which is a tremendous improvement. But we can certainly focus on that area and look at what is the appropriate circulation and how best to configure parking right there, acknowledging your concerns.
Great, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Freeman. Commissioner Dixon.
Thank you. My first question is directed to Kathy. Kathy, the parking study that was provided by the petitioner, the city reviewed that. City's comfortable with that study that was given and done?
Yes, and in the staff report, I did include a number of direct quotes from the traffic engineers, the city's traffic engineer. It's not often that we see such total support for the conclusions reached, but the traffic engineer did feel that the traffic study was very well done, agreed with the traffic volume assumptions that were used, and felt that given this site, that the access points and the on-site circulation were very well thought through.
Okay, and then pivoting just to the Settlers Square and the business owners in general, maybe farther to the north. Have there ever been any complaints on the parking, either on the east or west side of the Settlers Square up there, in regards to parking, either from the business owners or citizens, in terms of not being enough parking or an issue with parking? Has that ever arisen?
Yes, parking is tight at times. As part of the Chase Bank discussion, there was a requirement that Chase Bank be open to coordination with the owners of Forest Square. I believe Commissioner Douglas can speak to that better than I can. But again, both employees at Forest Square, employees at Sunset, employees at North Shore, they all have the benefit of being able to park off-site because there is parking available in this area. So making use of parking, surface parking that exists, really is consistent with the overall goal of increasing the intensity of development along Waukegan Road.
Okay. And I think you just touched on it, but there have been variances that have been granted in the Waukegan Settlers Square Business District previously to the North Shore Medical and Forest Square, requiring their tenants to park on the west side of the tracks. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how is that, from the city's perspective, how has that worked?
It's really the availability of parking, and what we've seen is that property owners in this area have been creative. There has been coordination, as Mr. Frigo noted, with St. Patrick's Church and St. Mary's. Those parking lots sit empty or mostly empty most of the week. So there are arrangements where employees can park there, and employees do park in the train station parking lot. Again, as referenced by Mr. Frigo, with the availability of apps, you have the option of paying a daily fee and doing that once you get to your office. Employers also have the opportunity to purchase employee parking passes on a monthly basis or an annual basis at discounted fees. So parking is available, again, not unlike the Central Business District, where we really want to consolidate activity and uses and intensity of development and put parking at the perimeter, so we're not using up valuable commercial space for excessive parking.
So it seems like those arrangements have worked or are working currently, either the cooperations that the business owners have and or what tenants are currently doing in the Settlers Square area. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, there are always parking spaces available.
Yeah, and I have a comment on that, but I'll wait on that. The next question might be for well, before Kathy, I let you go. I would agree with what Commissioner Freeman was zeroing in on there, on that the northernmost western entrance into the property there. I think that could be looked at. You're only able to go northbound on Waukegan Road coming out there. You're not going to be able to go southbound, and that may or may not create a little confusion, as it does to the Sunset parking lot up at the north, just north of this development. So I don't know how much value add you get there, and I think that's where Commissioner Freeman was going. And you could, the benefit could be to get more spaces out of that, and really very little detriment would come on what limited ingress and egress you have from that entrance. So that's just a comment. I'm not going to zero in on trying to solve that issue tonight, but I think that could be looked at. My next question is for the petitioner. And this is along the lines of the questioning that I was just asking in regards to the parking, but on the existing, and Jack, maybe you can answer this, and you touched on it, on the 1025 building, the Everett Building C, it seems like there's existing arrangements with the tenants there regarding the parking, and I didn't see the letters from the existing tenants, and there was a lot of information, but maybe you can just talk how that's worked, and if there's been any issues on the 1025, and whether it's hindered the development or the leasing out of that space because of the requirements that the tenants park off site.
Yes, Commissioner Dixon, I'm happy to respond. The parking arrangement with St. Pat's and the Archdiocese has been in place for 7 years, and it works really well. And we have several medical users in the space, Dr. Mass being the most significant medical user on the first floor. Mr. Iosu has added a condition of the lease that employees do park off-site. There was little resistance to that when we instituted that program. And what the letters will show you when you have an opportunity to read them is that the owners of the company feel that it works well for their staff, and it's really not inconvenient for their staff. So it's based on our real world experience, we feel comfortable expanding the relationship with the Archdiocese if they ultimately choose to. And we're also comfortable utilizing parking spaces in Lot C. We're comfortable with our interaction with our tenants. The building C is 100% leased. It has and historically it has been 100% leased. When Carmen Iosu purchased the building, Dr. Mass was not in the space. We leased that space to Dr. Mass shortly after the purchase, and it's been 100% leased since then, and it's been very successful. And the parking has worked out really well.
Thank you. I just have, thank you, Jack. That answers a lot of questions that I had on that. And my last question, going back to you, Kathy, can you just explain the math on these spaces? I'm not very good with math, but the city code says that for this space, there should be 162 spaces. We have the petitioner saying there's 115 spaces. So that's off by 47. You keep saying that it's off by 45. So if you could explain that. And then my second question is, there's also something in the report that said that the Lake Forest peak parking demand for a space of this size is only 131 spaces, which would then mean that this is only off by 16. Can you just explain that? Or what am I missing there?
So what I can say is that predicting the number of parking spaces that will be needed is certainly not an exact science. And particularly in this case where you're close to the train station, in normal times, I think there's an expectation that you'd have some people commuting rather than driving individual cars. There are various standards. The city code standard is 4 spaces per 1,000 for the types of uses proposed. It sounds like perhaps I have my math wrong by 2 spaces. I won't take the time to do the addition right now. But there are different standards. So in fact, in many cases, the City of Lake Forest standard parking requirements are high. What we're seeing many communities do is move in the opposite direction, to discourage maximum parking on site, to encourage shared parking, to encourage use of alternative modes of transportation. So whether they're short by 45 or 47, we can certainly do the math and make sure that's exact. but it's not an exact science. Every tenant has different needs.
Okay. I'm not trying to go down a rabbit hole on that, but thank you. That helps. I have no further questions, Chairman Kerr, at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Dixon. Commissioner Moorhead?
Thank you. First question is for Kathy. Since the BRB approved the height variance on January 6th, is that not up for consideration tonight?
Height variances are under the purview of the Building Review Board, so it does not need to be incorporated into the special use permit.
Okay. Thank you. And then question for the petitioner. I believe you said earlier that you're negotiating a license agreement with the Archdiocese or the church for the 15 parking spaces across the street. And my question is, I don't know how far along you are in that negotiation, but are those licenses, is that license going to be revocable, or is it for a term of years, or how reliable is it?
Thank you, Commissioner Moorhead. Two comments. One is, it is in place. It's been in place for 7 years. So we're discussing expanding it. So right now we have an arrangement to utilize 15 parking spaces. We don't really use 15, but we have the ability to use 15 of the St. Mary's School lot. What we're discussing with them is the ability to increase 15 to a number greater than 15. And so that's what the negotiations are right now. But the existing agreement for 15 has been in place for 7 years. So to respond to the second part of your question, is it revocable? The answer is yes, it is revocable. So if the church decided for some reason that their use became intense and they needed those surface parking spaces, they could revoke that arrangement, in which case we would need to direct our employees to Lot C parking. The church's spaces are convenient. You cross one street and you're there. It's more convenient than Lot C, but Lot C is a very easy, accessible alternative. And I don't know what the future holds for the church in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years, but we've had a very good arrangement with them, and our feeling is our comfort comes with the Metra parking lot and the city-owned lot, and we don't think that the city will be disposing of that surface parking.
Okay, so my next question is for Kathy, and this is maybe a statement of the obvious, but that city-owned parking and the parking west of the train tracks, 10 years from now, that parking is going to be there. There's no chance that that parking is going to be removed for any reason in the near or far future?
I would never say never. What I can tell you is that in the recently updated comprehensive plan chapter for this area, what was specifically discussed was if there is a need for more parking in this area, that the city should consider development of those surface lots with perhaps multi-level parking, perhaps with some mixed residential, but it was specifically talked about that there is sufficient parking there and that those surface lots can certainly accommodate additional parking. I would also note that the city owns the property on the south side of Everett Road, west of the railroad tracks. It's just north of the fire station. That's a lot that isn't a priority lot. We don't give it a lot of attention, but in the event that that lot was ever used, it's essentially a land banked area for future parking. So I am confident that there is sufficient parking on the west side of the railroad tracks to support increased density and increased activity in this central business, in this business district.
Okay, and then thank you. One last question for the petitioner. With respect to the office building, the medical office building, I'm wondering, given the fluidity of real estate these days, medical offices are hot, but if Obamacare goes away, they might not be. Retail was hot, but with online, it might not be. Online is great, but untested, and there's a pandemic affecting offices. my question is, with the medical office building, my understanding is that with MOBs, certain infrastructure goes into the development. It doesn't go into maybe traditional office buildings. If medical office uses are not as popular in 5 years or 10 years, can the building easily, cheaply be retrofitted to accommodate a traditional office and maybe a first floor retail or something so it's not vacant?
The answer is yes, it can be retrofitted, and it will be actually. If practice A occupies the second floor for 10 years and outgrows the space, or their practice changes and is sold or absorbed by another practice and they relocate, we'll reconfigure the second floor. And it'll be reconfigured into a single tenant or multi-tenants, and very likely a different type of practice. You know, a dermatology practice is fairly dense, but a physical therapy practice is not. So there are different types of uses. We're designing this building so it will be flexible well into the future and be able to accommodate medical users of different subspecialties, and it could certainly accommodate a normal office user. The typical office market is awful right now and has been for 10 years. The pandemic has made it worse. We don't see that changing anytime soon. But we like the medical office world. It's very stable. The tenant improvements that go into medical office space are so expensive, both for the landlord as well as for the tenants, that the physician groups are very stable. They don't pick up and move the way a corporate office user can just move their furniture down the street half a mile for a different lease transaction. And one other thing that you mentioned, Commissioner Moorhead, converting the first floor to retail space, I think that that's unlikely. And I think that that's unlikely really because of the on-site parking. That retail does have a higher parking need than the office space does. So I think it would be unlikely to convert the office building to the first floor to retail.
Okay. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moorhead. Commissioner Athenson.
Good evening. First of all, I just wanted to thank the Ayuzu family for working on this project and all the work in assembling such a strong group of professionals. And this is definitely a better petition than we saw with the car wash. I think it's more appropriate for this location. So last time we reviewed this petition, I had a couple concerns. Basically, one was about the pedestrian-oriented potential of this site. And the other one was the height of the building compared to the residents. So I want to just address right now, like the parking situation. So, as everyone is. So sorry to beat a dead horse, but my questions are, so to increase the parking spaces from 100 to 115, you actually took away landscaping islands and a landscaped roundabout. And created this sea of asphalt, which is not particularly pedestrian friendly and kind of goes against the plan of trying to, the comprehensive plan and trying to introduce more pedestrian friendly areas in this area. So I'm just wondering, did you explore alternative options other than expanding the asphalt for parking?
Yes, we did. And you're right that a number of the spaces, that the single spaces and the double space in the southwest corner really replaced planting, and that's accurate. In the traffic court area, the area between building A and B, that really did not replace much landscape area. That was something of a paved roundabout. So that was a bit of a wash, I would say. With regard to exploring other options, we explored underground parking below the building footprint. And the challenge with that is due to the size of the footprint, which is about 8,500 square feet, it's a very constrained site to do a parking lot underground. And the cost of that was about $80,000 per car. So it was between $1.2 million and $1.4 million to do the underground parking. And we were able to fit in 16 parking spaces below grade. And it just was not practical. The building can't absorb that kind of increased cost to the project. So we looked at off-site alternatives, and we also recognized that adding 16 spaces didn't really solve the overall parking load, that we wanted to rely on off-site options. So we elected not to do the underground parking, and really made a commitment to have off-site parking options.
You know, if you look at some of the newer, new urbanism kind of developments around the country, and there's really less of an emphasis on driving, as Kathy had mentioned, and less focus on cars. But one thing we've seen is kind of what we've done across the street from the Deer Path Inn, where you have a really low profile kind of parking garage that's maybe not even a story high, and it goes a little bit underground, and you can stack the cars that way. Did you ever explore anything like that for this site?
That's a really great point. Yes, we did. And I could give you a scenario where we would come back to you to discuss that. But we really respect our neighbors, the residential neighbors to the east and to the south. And we wanted to have as minimal an impact on the neighbors and their experience at their property as possible. So we actually like the idea of partially below and partially above the kind of lot that you're describing that is just behind the Chase Bank, right? Just east and a little bit north of the Deer Path Inn. And so that could be a possibility. The time that we would consider that would be if a single user came along and said, we love this location, we'll take the entire building, we need X number of parking spaces on site or we won't take the building. We would then look at that option. We would discuss it with our neighbors. We would discuss it with the city. I don't think that that's a likelihood, but that would be a high-class problem to have, and in which case we would discuss it. But the reason we don't want to do that now is because we don't want to negatively impact our residential neighbors.
Okay. So it is an option though that you would consider maybe in the future to decrease the asphalt size. I mean, if you do it correctly.
Well, that wouldn't really decrease the asphalt, or I suppose you could redesign the site, Commissioner, so it would decrease the asphalt somewhat. If you had a deck, say partially below and partially above grade, so it would have say less impact on the neighbors. You could reconfigure the site somewhat to do that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, because that might be something to think about in the future for not just your project, but other projects in the future, just to reduce this sea of asphalt that we're all trying to get away from. So the other thing I wanted to revisit is because last time I talked about the drive-through, and what I was concerned about last time is that you had pedestrian access from the sidewalk to the coffee shop interrupted by a drive-through. And I was concerned about that because of the potential for vehicle and pedestrian contact, and that wouldn't it be better to separate the pedestrians from the traffic and just make that, the access from the pedestrians on the sidewalk, all pedestrian on the west side, and then keep all the traffic on the east side. So I'm just wondering, did you revisit that idea and with the drive-through, and did you try and see any kind of traffic patterns that might separate pedestrians and vehicles?
We did explore that, Commissioner. We were not able to solve that without having some interaction between the pedestrian and the traffic. And if you look at, just if you were to take Starbucks as an example, in Lake Bluff or in Highland Park on Skokie Highway, the pedestrians really do interact with the drive-through. They cross in front of it. So in this case, We have 5 parking spaces in front of the building. We have, I think, 11 just to the south of the building. The driver or pedestrian, the driver, when they get out of their car, becomes a pedestrian. So if you parked in that little traffic court that Commissioner Freeman has mentioned and walked to the coffee shop, you would cross the exiting drive-through traffic. And that's a fact. You would, and you just have to be aware, and the driver has to be aware and be careful of that. We also explored traffic patterns with the couple of potential tenants for that space, and they like this configuration. They think it gives them good stacking prior to the order board and the pickup window, and they're comfortable with the way that their customers would access the site.
So the other thing that you brought up, Starbucks. So Starbucks in this area, there's no other drive-throughs in this area. You know, someone at Starbucks just parks and walks in. So did you ever consider the possibility of not having a drive-through?
No.
Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry to, I don't mean to be curt. Just, if you look at the past year and see the restaurants that have closed that don't have drive-throughs, it's been really say a great disappointment in commercial real estate. Not only in commercial real estate, but for the businesses that didn't have drive-throughs. So what we see, and I'm associated with a bank that lends to many, many restaurants and franchises, the restaurants that have drive-throughs have been able to weather this past year. The ones that don't are really challenged. And we were talking about Starbucks. Most of the Starbucks that did not have drive-throughs closed. Some they're reopening now, but if you looked at the Starbucks at Fort Sheridan, for example, just south of coming into Lake Forest, that was one of the few Starbucks in the area that has a drive-through, and they were opened and the cars were backed up through their entire parking lot. And the couple of tenants, prospective tenants, require drive-throughs. We would not be able to do a building there without a drive-through.
Okay. Because I just worry about the precedent that's being set in this place. We fought so hard against a drive-through, and hopefully this pandemic is temporary.
I agree with you. I hope so.
Yeah. So one other question I had. So I did question the height of the building last time as compared to the residence, and there's no other 3-story building in this area. So did you ever revisit? I know you went to the building review board to talk about height, but did you revisit like reducing the height compared to the residence?
Well, that would require taking the floor off the building and making a 2-story building. And so basically converting a 25,000 foot building into a 16,000 foot building. And unfortunately, that's not economically viable. Real estate development is very risky. There's no assurance that any developer will be successful. And as we project the revenue from this, once it's stabilized, it is not robust. But fortunately, Mr. Iosu is in this for the long term and able to withstand the, say, more challenging early years for a long-term investment. But Commissioner, reducing the square footage of the building, unfortunately, and taking a floor off does not, it just makes the project not feasible.
Well, I wouldn't suggest reducing the square footage. I mean, you could add the square footage to the site, to the footprint, and keep the square footage, but only have a 2-story building. And that way it would give you more room for underground parking too. So that's the kind of thing I was looking at if you really investigated all options.
Well, if we had a similar square footage, that would then increase the footprint about 50%, and that would take surface parking. And the economics of, this is a small building, the economics of underground parking for a small building like this is very challenging. It's really out of whack to do 16 parking spaces under this. And if we had 12,000 square foot footprint instead of an 8, we could get some more parking spaces, but the underground parking would go from 1.4 million to 1.8 million. And unfortunately, I wish we could solve that, but that makes the project not viable.
Okay, well, thank you for your patience with my questions, but you answered them.
Good questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions for Kathy. Since we do know there are parking agreements with St. Pat's and the Archdiocese, I would ask that the city receive copies of those parking agreements to have on file, and that since they are revocable, if they are revoked, there should be some agreement that Mr. Iosu would notify the city within a 5 to 10 day period, so that the city would be aware promptly that there may be some additional attention that would need to be paid or discussions to be had with the ownership.
I'm sorry, Chairman, you were addressing Kathy with that?
Yes, Kathy. Yeah. If you'd like to comment, feel free. But I mean, we're asking our questions now, so.
Yeah, I would comment, and that is, provided that it was acceptable to the Archdiocese, we would certainly provide you a copy of the agreement. And then I think it's very appropriate that if it was revoked for any reason, there could be a condition that we would be required to notify the city, and we would do that.
And I would just suggest there may be aspects of that agreement that probably are not appropriate for the city to have, or not necessary for the city to have. So perhaps the condition is simply that the property owner needs to keep the city apprised, needs to verify in writing that there are agreements in effect for X number of parking spaces, and will notify the city, and we can define the time if those agreements cease.
Yes, definitely that there is an agreement in writing, and what number of spaces, and if possible, the time frame, expiration date on the lease.
We can do that.
I'm not suggesting it be public information, but for the city.
I think, Chairman, that we would just want to redact the economic parts, but the date, the term, the number of spaces, that it's in force, we can do all of that.
Okay, thank you. I also still have some concerns about the pedestrian crossing, both for those people catching trains and the staff that would be parking there. So I would ask, I don't know if we put it in the formal agreement, but if the Community Development Department can have regular conversations to see how well that arrangement is going, to make sure we have protections. I think once the new corner is in place, it may draw some more attention to the fact there's a crosswalk there and pedestrian access. Perhaps there would be some signage, because a lot of the transient traffic going through frequently during the day, they're not aware that there are any pedestrians sometimes. So I know we have those plastic barricade, a little, what do you call it? A plastic sign to say caution pedestrians in the center. I don't know if that will work on Waukegan Road, but if there's some way, particularly when it's new, that we can make traffic aware that this is going to be a more heavily used pedestrian walkway. I know when we talked about the comprehensive plan for Settlers Square, we did ask that there be uniform striping of all of the crosswalks within Settlers Square, and perhaps drawing a little more attention to those crosswalks so that people were aware pedestrians would be using them. So those are my only two questions, comments. Are there any other questions for staff or the petitioner from commission members? Then the next we'll be moving to public testimony, which will not exceed 5 minutes per speaker. Do we have any public testimony, any individuals interested in giving public testimony on this petition?
Chairman Kerr, there are no callers at this time. I'll repeat the number. It is 847-810-3643. And I also do not see anyone using the raised hand feature or Q&A. And you do not have any callers.
All right, thank you. Well, then I will ask again if there are any questions from the commissioner, from the commission members to petitioner or staff, direction to petitioner and staff, request for additional information. Then we will go to, well, there was really no comment. I don't see a need for petitioner rebuttal at this point, unless there are any additional comments you would like to make, Mr. Frigo, at this time.
No, I'd like to thank you for hearing us out. I would tell you that our experience with the Plan Commission, the recommendations and questions, and also with the BRB has been really constructive. It's challenged certain aspects of the project, and it's caused us to improve the project. So we thank you for the opportunity to present.
Thank you. And then staff response. Any general comments you'd like to make at this time, Kathy?
Just to summarize, I heard the commission perhaps wants to consider 2 additional conditions. One, something to the effect that further study should be conducted of the northernmost access point on Waukegan Road and on the configuration of the parking directly to the south of the proposed coffee shop. And 2, that the petitioner should provide on a regular basis written verification of off-site parking arrangements, including but not limited to number of spaces, location, and expiration date of agreement. So if the commission chooses, you could also incorporate those conditions along with the conditions as recommended in the staff report. And the staff
sorry, and also add notification of any revocation.
And I would note there is a staff recommendation on page 9 of the staff report.
Yeah. Kathy, do you have any comments now, or shall we go to the open discussion among commission members?
I have no further comments.
Okay. Then we are now open for discussion among commission members. Or any comments you wish to make of a general nature regarding this development in this petition? Commissioner Athenson, you went last before. Let's have you go first now.
Okay. Still, my wheels are still turning here, but again, I wanted to thank the Iusu family for all their work. Their commitment to the community and improving this site is really obvious. And it's such a better petition than, you know, a car wash potentially was. This really does seem to fit better into our comprehensive plan and to the surrounding neighborhood. So, but I still have a concern about the amount of parking lot hardscape. And the reason why it is so concerning is because during the comprehensive plan, we really talked about just how this area of Waukegan Road is just a sea of asphalt and parking. And were there potential new developments that we could improve that? I mean, we talked about that for a long time, and just how we could also, you know, create a more pedestrian oriented area. I mean, it's really difficult with 4 lanes of Waukegan Road running down here, and then we have no control about what happens on Waukegan Road because it's a state highway, but we did spend a fair amount of time on that. So the parking situation and the amount of hardscape is really concerning to me. And I would really, I mean, I understand the cost. It makes the underground parking prohibitive potentially, but the whole idea of the stacked parking is something that I would really like to see the petitioner explore. You know, this is really a new idea in, you know, taking back the traditional town center kind of idea in urban planning today. And we're trying to get away, you know, most communities throughout the country are trying to get away from the vehicle dominated kind of area. So I think this might be a solution to reducing the amount of asphalt. And it would also leave us more opportunity to increase maybe some more landscaping on the site, which also would bring more pedestrians into the area potentially. I mean, you have residents to the south and residents to the east, and then you have a whole church, you know, to the north of that. So you could potentially have a lot of pedestrian access here, and not to mention on the west side, of course, on Waukegan Road, all the subdivisions there. So I think there's still room here to do something where we could increase the potential pedestrian friendliness of this site. I hate that word, but we use it all the time. The other thing that I'm concerned about is the drive-through, because I know that the pandemic has really placed a really tough burden on restaurants and their survival. But I know that a lot of restaurants are survived by curbside pickup and other means of besides drive-throughs. And the location of the drive-through really does interrupt what could potentially be a really attractive pedestrian gathering site on this property. And so I'm not really supportive of the drive-through the way it's laid out right now. I think there's too many potential conflicts there. And then, you know, it could be a much better use of the west side of this building for pedestrians. And let's see what else. Well, the other problem I had was with the potential height of the building, because I think, not that that's really in our purview at this point, but I just think that, you know, this is the highest building in this area and it's become a dominant feature. And it really does make the historic church next door more subordinate. And it does, you know, it does tower over some of the residents in the area. Now it's placed against Waukegan Road and further away from the residents, but I just think it sets a precedence for higher office buildings in the area. So I think there's a little bit more, for me, there's a little bit more room for improvement here on this in terms of making it more pedestrian friendly. And, you know, that kind of meets the objectives of our comprehensive plan, which we went through, you know, several months ago, or maybe that was years ago. So.
If I could just comment on what you said, or ask you, this property is short on parking and would require a variance. And so they're trying some creative solutions by using empty spaces at St. Pat's and also existing asphalt, Lot C, over at the train station. So isn't that being a bit creative and trying to meet the needs of their site while also not contributing more asphalt?
Well, I'm just saying if you did a stacked parking kind of idea, then you would be able to take away some of the single layer of asphalt and turn that more into landscaping, or, you know, maybe have more buffers around the building, landscape buffers, which provides more pedestrian friendly areas. You know, if you think about that parking lot that's at, what is that, Illinois and Bank Lane, it really is pretty subtle. It's not very high at all. You kind of go under, you know, half a story or above half a story, and it really fits nicely into that area and provides a double level of parking. So that's kind of the idea I was thinking about here. Would that work? I don't know, but I just think it's an idea that maybe the petitioner should explore at least to see if that's a way to reduce the hardscape. Because we really, remember, we just really wanted to get away from just a solid parking lot up against the buildings. I mean, we really tried hard in the comprehensive plan to try and figure that out.
I had raised that issue actually some months back with Kathy. And Kathy, if I remember correctly, did you say that the city is not particularly in favor of these underground parking arrangements?
Certainly there are buildings in the community that have underground parking. It's really an economic issue. And as Mr. Frigo described, how many spaces you can get based on the footprint of the building. I do think a parking deck in this area with a partial level and below and a partial level above certainly would have a lot more impact on neighboring properties. Either you would put the parking deck back by those neighbors and you would have parking lights that are then more elevated, or you'd push that parking deck toward the street. Keep in mind that the impervious surface that is proposed on this site today is less than, that's proposed is less than exists today. Certainly much of the site in either case is impervious, but what this plan does, it adds significant, and 10 feet doesn't sound like a lot, but for a buffer, for a planting buffer, we often see proposals with 3 feet or 5 feet. This is a 10-foot landscape buffer along the east side and along the south side. Room enough for canopy trees to mature over time. The streetscape landscaping is also significant. This site is virtually barren right now. So this does achieve the goal of the comprehensive plan in really elevating the streetscape, softening it, and making it more comfortable for pedestrians.
Well, it definitely is an improvement from what we have, that's for sure. I just think there's an alternative that we could explore. A new kind of idea in urban planning, if you will.
Well, there may be some staff who would choose to take the train, but given the exurban nature, it seems like we're still relying on cars here. Any other comments, Commissioner Athenson?
No, I think I've taken up enough time. Thank you.
Commissioner Moorhead, any comments? Request for additional information?
I actually have one question for Kathy. Lake Forest does not have a transit-oriented development provision in the code, does it?
We do not have that? No, we do not.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So respect to the plan, I like it. I think it's a good plan. I had a concern about the parking, but I think that's been suitably addressed and explained. I'm assuming, and I believe I heard that and read that the city is comfortable with the parking and the traffic flow, and in that case, I'm okay with that. I like it. I think it's a good plan. I don't really have anything else to add to that. Thank you.
Commissioner Dixon?
Thank you. I'll try and be brief here, but I think with any project, you need to look at the history and the history of the site, and certainly the Waukegan Everett Road has a storied history that we don't have to go into here tonight. But it's been a challenge to see this area developed. And I think, like Commissioner Moorhead just stated, I like the project here. I like the project here a lot. And I think with that in mind, I think the next thing we have to do is look at the comprehensive plan. The plan that was done, by the city of Lake Forest with a lot of input from this commission itself down on the Waukegan Road, Settler Square area. And I think the staff did a very nice job of ticking through the areas of the comprehensive plan where this project meets the objectives and goals of the comprehensive plan. And I might just go through a couple of them here, but in the comprehensive plan for the Waukegan Road Settler Square District, we talked about, encouraging the balance between the different types of commercial uses and the providing flexibility down in this area. I think this project brings that. We're looking at a medical professional building, administrative staff, patients coming into this area. It'll also allow both before, after, and or during the day and or those meetings to utilize and revitalize the Settler Square business district down there. The next thing that the comprehensive plan looked at was the low impact for development in this area. I think this project also meets that, the low impact of not only, and there was a great deal of talk about it, but the lighting. This buttresses up not only to the residents to the south of this project, but also residents to the east of the project. The comprehensive plan also talks about and encourages partnerships and collaboration and cooperation among the businesses. I think we see that with this project as well, not only with the cooperation in regards to the property, but there's also information here in our report that we didn't go into here tonight, that the petitioner is working with the city and IDOT for proposed changes to the Waukegan Everett Road interchange there, and the petitioner has been working and is willing to work in regards to that. Obviously, what this really comes down to is what this project is going to be is really a nice gateway to the southwest corner of the city, and that has certainly value. And as a good friend of mine told me recently, we cannot make a perfect project the enemy of an overall great project. And the other aspect that we've talked a lot about here tonight is obviously the parking. It's 115 spaces. There's been a lot of math thrown around. The city code requires 162, so we're off by maybe 47 that way. There's another report that says that the peak parking demand for a site like this would be 131 spaces. So we'd be off by 16 if you use that. And if you meet those in the middle, everybody likes to use sort of or have fun with numbers. You can have say that this project is off by about 30 spaces. So really, in my mind, that's what it comes down to here is about 30 spaces. So what is being done or what can be done to rectify that is sort of the next logical question. And obviously, the petitioner has talked about the agreements that they have in place with St. Pat's. We've also seen the agreements with, I think, Lake Forest Bank and Trust down in this area in regards to parking. Commissioner Kerr talked about seeing those agreements and incorporating those agreements into the special use permit here, and that's a great idea. But I think really what's lost on the whole discussion are the lots that are to the east of Everett Road. It's lot A, B, C, and also D that Kathy mentioned. And for those that don't know, and we haven't really talked about this too much this evening, there's 574 parking spaces to the east of Telegraph Road, and that's about a block away. And yes, city owns some of that. Yes, there's other ownership on some of those, but right now there's 574 parking spaces that can be available and utilized here. And I think also the commuting and transportation has drastically changed in the last 10 months. And so there's probably even more availability here in some of these lots and what can be done with some of these lots. So I think the parking issue really can be maintained and satisfied, and the needs for this site can be satisfied with really in my opinion, the abundance of parking, 5 times the amount of existing parking that's on this site is available only about a block away. So, I then look at the other issues here, the setback for the variance, the 4-foot setback. I don't have a problem with that in the southwest corner. I think that's minor. It's past the curve in the Waukegan Road bend there. And the special use permit for only a coffee shop and granting that this evening, I wouldn't have a problem with that either. And also the special use permit for allowing the B1 office space on the first floor, I would support that as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Freeman? I should say, if anyone has any comments they wish to make to other commissioners, because it's a little awkward with the Zoom, you know, please raise your hand or just chime in. Commissioner Freeman.
Thank you. And maybe I could start, Kathy, with just a question as part of this discussion part of it. Is it typical for us to, if we have an issue that is, as I've raised, a safety concern about the ingress and egress, I think it's somewhat tied to the parking. I mean, is it typical for the Plan Commission to just hand that over to city staff in a condition of approval? I mean, they seem like significant enough issues that they're supposed to be resolved by the Plan Commission, not in a condition of approval.
Commissioner Freeman, I understood the issue you raised as really being one that's quite technical, that really is going to be ultimately resolved by working with IDOT and working with the project engineer and working with the city engineer. My sense is that the overall site plan is acceptable, that it is concern about that northern access and concern about that parking area directly south. The question isn't really whether there'd be an additional building or whether there'd be an additional access. It's more the technical piece about exactly how is that circulation going to work, and what configuration might be the safest given the limitations on the site. So yes, I do think that type of an issue frequently is identified by the commission and then left to technical staff, and in this case, IDOT engineers to resolve.
Unless, of course, Kathy, the solution or the way in which the petitioner could address that problem is to reconfigure, either restructure one of the buildings, do something with parking, as Commissioner Athenson has said, build 2 buildings as opposed to 3, something like that, right? I mean, then that is the purview of the Plan Commission. So I think your position assumes that the solution lies almost off the project as opposed to on the site and the way in which the site is laid out.
Certainly, if the commission is questioning whether the 3-building arrangement is appropriate, that is a fundamental issue with the site plan.
Right.
I didn't understand it that way. I understood questions about the access. And I will note that these access locations are the access points that have been identified as appropriate by IDOT.
Right, and excuse me, but didn't it take a year for the prior petitioner to get a response from IDOT on that?
I don't know exactly how long it took, but so certainly if there are fundamental concerns with the site plan, I didn't understand your comments that way, Commissioner Freeman. I understood it more as being that circulation area essentially between the 2 buildings, south of.
Exactly, but I think it can be resolved to some extent about the way the massing or the site plan is constructed. So just so I understand those last comments, so the IDOT approval wasn't based on this site plan. The IDOT approval was based on the prior site plan.
But a lot of that would be how far from the intersection. They typically only want a right turn, excuse me. It would be a right turn into the intersection, towards the intersection.
So they likely wouldn't change their view on it. And again, though, that's a permissive, you could have it, you don't have to have it, according to IDOT, right?
It's what I've seen, but Commissioner Douglas, you're dealing with this on a more daily basis. What have you seen?
Can I just offer, IDOT has been very involved in these discussions because there is a portion of this property that is needed for the IDOT intersection reconfiguration.
Right.
So city staff has received emails from IDOT that they are simply waiting for the city to move this project forward. So IDOT is very aware of this project.
And the only other question I would have is for access for fire trucks and such, do they want that additional exit? Or in case of emergency?
It's
I don't
right
know.
turn, it's right turn in from Bannockburn and it's right turn out at the south end of Lake Forest. I don't know how that would help
But
fire.
just
but-
ask a more broad question. Does that entrance need to be there? Period. Full
Right.
stop.
Well, and I think that's my question, right?
Right.
Is there some further work that needs to be done as to the layout of the plan, as opposed to putting it as a condition of approval that then we won't see again? That's kind of so mine is kind of a procedural question. That wouldn't it be better if the solution lies in any one of those, right? Then I guess and look, I'm always the first one to say this process takes too long, and I worry about people developing in Lake Forest because of the process. And so this probably doesn't sound like me talking, but I just, I just think that because the solution is tied to it, and look, I might feel differently. Well, I'll just make a few comments if I can, and then you can pick up the discussion. So, first of all, I want to thank the developer and the owner. I live within 1.5 miles of this site, so there's nobody more anxious to see development. I personally would prefer to see more revenue to the city, but it is, I think, consistent with the business district uses, and it's consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. And thanks again to Commissioner Douglas and all those that worked on updating that plan. I think it's an extraordinarily appropriate use. I also appreciate the placement of the larger office building closer to the streetscape. I think that placement, at least in my view, mitigates much of the bulk surface parking visibility issues. I think it's preferable to the neighbors from the east and the south because they don't have the buildings sitting right up against their property. So I think it was very thoughtful in that regard. But I do have concerns about the massing, and largely because of the inclusion of this retail component. I live close by. I'd love to have a drive-through Starbucks, but I'm concerned it is in combination with the lack of parking, in combination with the northernmost entrance along Waukegan Road. I think I could get comfortable. I guess I had hoped for a more thoughtful response because these are the same issues we raised last time. And although the number of parking spaces has increased from 62% to just over 70% of the required spaces, it's still 30% short. And I could almost get comfortable with that based on comments that have been made about other properties and approvals. But I would caution everybody, this isn't like the Eastern Business District. This isn't like properties further north on Waukegan Road where it's a direct north-south. This property, and I appreciate that there's unique challenges with the property, but those were obvious when the property was purchased. When you've got cars coming around that bend at 45 miles an hour or higher, like we do in this area of the West Business District, I do just have serious concerns about all of those things in combination. And I think I could get comfortable with this project. I really do. I really would like to see this use. But I'm really struggling because I just don't feel like, I feel like we're having the same conversation we had last time, and I just don't feel like adding 15 parking spaces changes my view of those issues. And if my fellow commissioners are considering moving this project forward, I just, for me, the concern is that a condition to the approval isn't enough. I would want to see what they're actually doing to mitigate these risks. If you are going to pass it forward, I would ask that you take a close look at the condition regarding the special use permit. From my perspective, I think the special use permit should be issued to the tenant rather than some kind of broad provision to the owner. If you are going to provide it to the owner, I think Commissioner Dixon mentioned limiting it to a coffee shop. I like that better than a coffee shop or a similar business. It should come back to the Plan Commission based on the actual use and be open for public comment. So that's where I'm struggling.
So just to clarify, Commissioner Freeman, you have issues with the parking, number one, and then the special use permit, you could get comfortable with it if it was just for a coffee shop?
Correct. And I think I could get comfortable with the parking, honestly, Commissioner Dixon. Meaning, if it was 70% of the required, but that was supplemented by off-site parking, I think I could almost get more comfortable with that if the layout of the plan were not so, the density of it, I think for me creates issues for ingress and egress off of Waukegan Road, particularly at the northernmost entrance. That's my chief concern. I've just seen too many, even when that site was active, and it might be hard for a lot of people to remember how long ago that's been. And that's why, as I say, as a resident of the 4th Ward and living close to this property, I would love to see this move forward. But I'm just concerned about, I've just seen too many cars come around that bend, and I worry about a confusing site plan that would, in my view at least, increase the risk.
And do you think the large building standing out will help people recognize this is something different and may help them slow down?
No.
I mean, one of the things that's brought me some comfort is the kind of operation this is quite different from the Pasquesi retail that had so many people going in on Friday or Saturday, especially dashing in and out on their errands. It seems like a more deliberate excursion to go see your doctor, that maybe people are a little more orderly in terms of when they're entering and exiting. And on this site plan, I definitely like the idea of the drive-through giving a lot of lanes, a lane length, and being separate from that office building. KLOA looked at the parking. I like the fact they added more parking spaces near that coffee shop, because I think that also creates more people going in, more congregating. It might not make up for the McDonald's that was lost, Michael, but it might be.
Yes,
a
I remember
spot.
there being a drive-through in the area as well.
Well, and I would have to say, and Commissioner Douglas, let me know what you think, but I mean, I've been reading McDonald's in the future wants to do primarily drive-through. Starbucks is doing a number of only drive-throughs, even beyond the pandemic, because they find they're getting the customers through much more quickly. So it may be a trend that continues beyond the pandemic.
It could be, and I
Commissioner
think it's
Douglas,
worth
I keep
looking
on
at, but-
asking for your expert opinion.
Yeah, I just want to comment on that. I don't think the size of the building makes a difference here, because there's already 2 large condo buildings that are relatively close to the street there. And I'm not as concerned about the southern entrance, because the view there is different, and the bend actually favors visibility at that south entrance. It's the northern entrance that worries me. And it's always been a problem. It's always been a problem. And I can sign off on it, but it's our residents that are going to be exposed. And I'm not as concerned about the people, Commissioner Chair, who are going to be pulling in. It's the ones coming up behind them at 50 miles an hour or 60 miles an hour that I would, or the left turn at that bend.
Limiting this development site to simply 2 accesses is not something the traffic engineers recommend, nor does IDOT recommend it. To queue up everyone who's entering or exiting the site only at one exit or one access point on Everett and one on Everett Road, the intention of that northern access is really to simply be a safety valve. And that is why it is limited to right in, right out. But it does help to avoid congestion on the site and improve overall circulation. So those access points have been very carefully thought through over the course of many years. So I would not anticipate those access points changing.
Well, then I think the proximity to a drive-through and the way it's configured, you know, that's the concern, Kathy. I mean, were this a different site plan, if there were some accommodation made there, I think I'd feel differently about it. But you've got a drive-through, and you're positioning it right towards that intersection. So I just disagree that it's a safety valve. It's going to be highly utilized, and I think the traffic pattern where those parking spaces are is confusing. So I think I've made, I don't want to, I'm not trying to debate the point. I just.
Commissioner Douglas?
I'll start with a couple easy things. First, the addition of parking and the effect on landscaping. I'm not as concerned as Commissioner Atkinson. I think the bulk of the spaces are around the perimeter where we have a lot of landscaping anyway. And so the loss of a few relatively small trees isn't going to be noticed as much. They're maintaining the same plantings in the central area. So, and it's obviously a huge improvement over the Sunset Corners parking lot, which doesn't have any trees. With regard to parking in general, I kind of did a little quick math during the discussion. I think it's fairly easy to get to a number around 40, 45, maybe even 50 employees at this property. So if they all park off site, then, we're at the code required 4 per 1,000. I do want to mention, just for the record, there are a lot of medical office complexes in this country where the jurisdiction requires 5 per 1,000 for medical office, because you have not only the folks working there and the patients seeing the doctors, but you also have a waiting room full of people. But I'm not challenging the parking. I think we have a solution. I think Commissioner Freeman's points are strong, and I share his concerns. This site is a lot smaller than Forest Square, and we just have the one access point off of Waukegan and sort of a back door from the south. And it works fine. I could see, the southern entrance being the main entrance for the offices, and the easternmost entrance on Everett may be shifting so it's more between the drive-through and the existing building. Because I can see the petitioner's desire to have an entrance near the drive-through makes sense. But eliminating that northern entrance on Waukegan would certainly A, add to the parking, and B, reduce a lot of potential congestion and traffic issues. At Forest Square, we do have the same thing, the right in, the right out. Most people adhere to it, but not all. You do see people turning left out of the right exit, and it's not enforced, even though the striping in the street doesn't really allow it either. I could see taking one more round at the site plan with regard to a couple of other options like Commissioner Freeman suggested. That's all I have. Thanks.
Well, Commissioner Freeman raises a good point. I was always thinking that the primary access to the drive-through would actually be on Everett. And of course, we liked that entrance further from the intersection, so it avoided a stacking issue on Everett. But it is quite plausible a lot of people could be coming up from Waukegan Road.
Yeah, the primary entrance for the drive-through will be however you can get there the fastest from wherever.
Right. Right. Any other comments or questions? What is
Well, my only other comment doesn't relate to the Plan Commission, but I guess I'd like to give kudos to Melikar and Associates. The facade does a nice job with its central element in creating a hierarchy for the facade. But the thing I really like about it is the way that central piece pops up and shields your view from all the mechanical units on the roof.
Right.
That's 3 cheers for that.
Can I just ask a question, or try and summarize here, and maybe for the benefit of the petitioner, Commissioner Kerr, in sensing the temperature of the screen, no pun intended. I think it's fair to say that there's a consensus on the desirability, a consensus on the attractiveness of the project, but there are some concerns. The concerns primarily focusing on the parking, but now focusing in probably on the northern entrance off of Waukegan Road, and asking the petitioner to maybe look at that further and see if there changes can be made there, but to try and give the petitioner some direction. And we haven't really talked too much about this, but the setback variance of 4 feet on the southwest corner, is there a concern from a consensus standpoint from the commission here?
There's no concern on my part because right now it's pretty much asphalt and scrub. So the planting that will be there before the building, I think will be helpful.
Well,
I don't
think
have
if
a
you
problem
look
with
at
the
curve-
setback.
Oh, sorry, Rosemary.
No, I'm done.
I think I don't have any concerns with it, John, only because, as I said, the positioning of the building and the roadway kind of favor visibility to the north. So I'm not as concerned about that as I am the bend at the end of that entrance. So I think it's positioned far enough back. It's a few feet off, but again, I think the trade-off in mitigating the view of the parking spaces and the asphalt, putting those behind the building as opposed to out front like we have at Sunset, I think you have to make trade-offs, and so I'm comfortable with, because I think it's an important trade-off and one that's consistent with the comprehensive plan.
And I would agree with that. And then I think to a lesser extent, the smaller 2 issues are issuing a special use permit solely for the purpose of the coffee shop use, is maybe a smaller issue. And then the other special use permit in the B1 district for allowing office on a first floor, maybe a lesser concern, I think, of the commission in general. Anybody correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just trying to.
Right. I would agree with
General
Mr. Frigo that retail would require more parking, and the professional building would probably prefer to have that status as a medical office building. I mean, typically the most you would get out of there is like a first floor pharmacy, or others might be offices with related medical professionals as opposed to retail. Is there a possibility to do a tentative approval for a special use permit for a coffee shop subject to review of the actual tenant?
Again, I don't think that addresses the concern that I raised. I'm not, I really don't, to me, I'm indifferent as to whether it's, Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks or whatever,
But I've
or
heard,
West End Coffee, but
Yeah,
my concern was
that-
that a different kind of business could move in there without community comment.
But if you give a tentative, sorry, I don't get, if you give a tentative approval for a coffee shop, and then the owner has to come back with the actual tenant to get the real approval, final approval.
Commissioner Freeman, the reason we wrote that language more flexible, and it was my misunderstanding, I thought at the September meeting, you encouraged us to be more flexible with uses. The original intent of staff was to speak specifically to permitting a coffee shop, not a specific coffee shop, brand A, B, or C, but a coffee shop in that location. So I think that's the petitioner's intent, so we can certainly make that change and have the authorization through the special use permit just be for a coffee shop. What I do want to understand is, I think what I'm hearing from some of the commissioners is that you want us to seriously consider whether that north access point should be eliminated. Am I understanding that correctly?
Michael, maybe you take it because you're the
Yeah, I
one.
mean, that would be my position, and I would like Commissioner Douglas, I would be open to the additional access point discussion on Everett. I think that's an interesting suggestion, and one that might alleviate some of the concern about access to the drive-through. As it relates to the drive-through itself, Kathy, that's just further evidence of the value that you add, and I should just listen to you instead of raising those issues. But as I looked at it this round, it just made me wonder, well, how would residents feel if they didn't have an opportunity? So I think that's why I'm favoring it.
I would have to say I'd be concerned about an entrance closer to the intersection, because that was a key concern with the car wash. It's the stacking of those vehicles, and even with the improvements, it was too congested, and that was when this was a high crash area.
An earlier plan located an additional entrance, an additional access point on Everett Road closer to the corner. That was eliminated really to minimize congestion with stacking from the drive-through. So the goal was to minimize the number of access points. Again, keeping in mind that I believe the gas station alone had at least 4 and perhaps 5 curb cuts. So again, this is a difficult site due to its location at the intersection. I believe that the access points have been studied, again, by various engineers and by IDOT. But we can certainly, if your specific direction is to look at what happens if we eliminate that northern curb cut, we would work with the engineers to answer that question, and certainly with the petitioners. But I believe it would create more congestion on the site and make the on-site circulation more difficult.
I think you got to ask first the question, Kathy, does this site need 2 or 3 curb cuts? And if the answer is it only needs 2, then I think the study can be move forward with, whether it creates congestion, whether you have stacking. A benefit of 2 curb cuts would be obviously more parking. You could configure more parking in there, but I think you have to start with that analysis. Can you have just 2 curb cuts into this site? And if you can, then look at it. And if it has to be 3, do the 3 curb cuts have to be in their existing, location? That's probably harder to do from the developer standpoint, but, might alleviate some of the questions Michael raised.
Well, Kathy, I don't know the answer. I mean, there might be a way that they could reconfigure that island section there that could provide, more comfort as to traffic not backing up in that, in that area. I just don't know. You're right. This is a fairly technical, but I do think the technical issues are complicated by the current plan.
Well, and also if you cut out that intermediate, the northern ingress egress, then Starbucks or coffee shop traffic is going to go to the southern one, and then you're going to be mixing it with patients coming in, most of whom may be ambulatory, some not. It's a bit of a trade-off there.
I believe that third access is important to this site functioning properly, but could we relook at that area between the 2 buildings from a safety standpoint, from a pedestrian standpoint, from is there an opportunity to get more parking or less parking to make it more efficient? We could certainly do that. But I just want to be clear. I also heard comments about a parking deck or something very significant. If you choose to continue this, I would ask that you be very specific on what you are asking for from the petitioner.
I'll jump in here. with respect to the 2 or 3 ingress and egress locations, I'd be inclined to not delete the third ingress and egress, the northern one on Waukegan, because as Commissioner Kerr said, it would shuffle all the traffic towards Starbucks through the parking lot around the MOB and the urgent care building, and it just I'm not a traffic person, but in my opinion it would be more trouble than it's worth. And with respect to the issue of people coming up Waukegan northbound at a high rate of speed, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the bend in the road, but you know, if they're going to hit them at the northern one, there's I think a high likelihood that they might hit them at the southern ingress and egress as well. So I'm inclined to defer to the traffic people, and I'm inclined to keep that second one, or the third one, the northern one, to avoid shuffling traffic through the entire site for the coffee drive-through.
Well, the other question that may also be raised by IDOT is at some point, this may revert to 2 separate parcels. And so if you don't keep that northern ingress egress from Waukegan, that's going to create issues as well.
What do you mean it could convert to 2 separate parcels that they would?
Well, it's not proposed at this time, but sometimes separate ownerships with cross easements for parking can occur.
One of our traffic engineer's specific comments was that the on-site circulation worked well because of the placement of the access points. Again, I don't think this site works with 2 access points. That third access point is critical to allow appropriate circulation and adequate access.
And then maybe we could hear more from them, Kathy. It's just not that big of a site. I would like to hear that from an expert, because it's just not that big of a site. I don't understand that.
So again, I would ask, is that the focus? You want to hear from the experts that yes, that northern curb cut is required, and you want to see whether it is or whether it isn't, if that area between the 2 buildings can be reconfigured. Are those the topics you want to address, just so we can be clear?
For me, that's and the much smaller issue on the special use permit that we can deal with as a condition of the agreement.
I got that. We'll address that.
All right, then is there anyone else who is in agreement with Commissioner Freeman to delay this until we have more clarity on whether it can reduce? I mean, personally, I agree with Commissioner Moorhead. I think you need the 3.
I would say I agree with that too. I think I can't see this property working without 3 access points like that. And I defer to the experts.
But can we work on some signage at that location if it becomes a problem?
Certainly, we can work on signage. The Building Review Board also suggested that we work with the petitioner on an entrance sign to the business district. Again, another signal to passers through that they're entering an active area. So we can certainly work on safety signage or identification signage.
Commissioner Douglas, Commissioner Dixon, how do you feel about the ingress egress?
You know, I think it was just points that were raised. I agree that, you know, if we have people that are more knowledgeable than, you know, certainly all of us, give us an opinion as to, you know, that northernmost ingress egress, and picking up on Michael's concern of that congestion configuration between building A and building B, that might alleviate, you know, the concerns that are being raised here now.
So I guess the question is, are we ready to move this forward to the City Council? And if so, what safeguards, recommendations, requests for additional information we might want to include? For
all the reasons we've discussed, I would say no. I'd prefer to hear back from the petitioner and the experts. And I think I'd like Commissioner Moorhead and Commissioner Atherton to be able to add any additional areas of focus they think the petitioner needs to focus on between now and the next meeting. So, so that we're not back here in a month saying, well, gee, I wish you'd looked at something else.
Well, I think I was pretty clear that if we were going to continue this. I would prefer that they explore the idea of a parking deck to reduce the amount of hardscape. I had a concern in terms of the traffic circulation with the drive-through. I'm not supportive of the drive-through because I think it adds another element in a small space of traffic traveling throughout here. And if you try to follow where you might go in and out to the drive-through, you're just adding another element of increased traffic on a small space. And that's why I'm not supportive of it. I think there's safety issues with pedestrians walking all over the space, going to the offices, going to the coffee shop. And I just think it's going to be too busy with the drive-through.
Well, I'd probably ask Commissioner Douglas again, but I would suggest that on the financials, which we don't focus on here, but it will matter to the petitioner, that coffee shop may be a very important financial component that helps support the medical office building.
Well, and clearly,
and
They can
drive-throughs,
address that.
drive-throughs today are needed.
I thought the request was just to identify issues that we would want to hear from the petitioner. I mean, they can certainly address that if we bring it back.
the traffic circulation.
Yeah, I would be inclined to approve it tonight, but if Commissioner Freeman wants to further review the traffic and ingress and egress and push this back another month for that reason, I'm okay with that. Beyond that point, I don't really have any other items for petitioner's consideration. I was comfortable with the application and the terms and conditions of the staff report.
Commissioner Douglas, Commissioner Dixon.
I would agree with Commissioner Moorhead's summary that he just gave. I don't think we need to ask the petitioner to do anything else other than what Commissioner Moorhead just summarized.
Commissioner Douglas? You're on mute.
Sorry, I agree with Commissioner Freeman that the circulation next to the drive-through, between the drive-through and the main building is still messy and warrants a little further study. Perhaps. Okay,
then I think there's enough of a split that we should agree to continue this, but specifically outline, and perhaps within the next month, the tenant could be identified and would save a step, although I don't think they'd have a signed lease by then. That would be we'll see.
So I'd make a motion to keep public comment open and carry this matter forward to the next hearing date. And I, again, appreciate the petitioner's patience here in helping us work through these issues. I really like the concept. And so I'm looking forward to hearing hopefully some constructive solutions. So again, that commentary is not part of the motion.
Commissioner Freeman, could I ask that you specifically, one more time, identify what you want looked at in the next month? Are you keeping public comment open only on the access piece? Do you want?
I just thought we had to. If we don't have to, then, I mean, if they're going to come back with a different site plan, I just assumed we'd keep it open, Kathy. So if that's not necessary part of the motion, then please do.
But again, the focus is looking on that northern access point. Is it necessary or is it not? And looking at the configuration of the area between the coffee shop and the office building. You're not asking for a site.
Correct. With two goals in mind. One, safety. Second one, could it improve the parking situation? Is there a flow that will address potentially both of those issues? And I'm not saying specifically they have to do anything, close, open, create a new one. I'm just saying I'd like to do more than create 15 parking spaces like we did between the last two meetings. I'd like to see something that really gets to the massing and the traffic flow.
So I hear general support for this development as configured. generally configured, and support for a variance for the number of parking spaces, still to be determined how many will be on site. But understanding that there is going to be some reliance on the lots near the train station and this agreement with St. Pat's. And Commissioner Athenson, your concern is to request whether they would consider doing a parking ramp at this time, which would be adjacent to the residential area.
I mean, it depends where they decide to locate it, but it would be,
It seems like that would be the only place they could put it.
well, I just am asking for them to explore the possibility.
And I would ask, is the commission as a whole asking for a site plan with a parking deck? Because that could determine whether or not this project moves forward. Are you looking for that extensive of a reworking of this plan, or are we focused on the northern access and the circulation in that area?
Is anyone joining Commissioner Athenson on that?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
But I do want to appreciate Commissioner Athenson, who did ask when we were working on the Route 60 corridor to make sure that we reviewed new plans, looking at the comprehensive plan. And I see that Commissioner Dixon and I believe it was Commissioner Douglas did take that into account. So thank you for suggesting that originally during Route 60. It's a good habit.
I believe there's a motion on the table made by Commissioner Freeman.
I'll second it.
Michelle, can I ask you to do a roll call, please?
I will call roll now. Commissioner Douglas,
Aye.
Commissioner Freeman,
Aye.
Commissioner Dixon,
Aye.
Commissioner Moorhead,
Aye.
Commissioner Athenson,
Nay.
and Chairman Kerr.
Aye.
5 yeas, 1 nay, motion carries.
All right, thank you all. Given that it's almost 9 o'clock, I would suggest a 5-minute break before beginning the next petition.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Short recess. The commission is now back in session. We are here to consider a second petition. And I do want to just reiterate, public testimony is welcome. And tonight with the Zoom, we suggest that those who wish to speak use the Zoom raise hand function at the bottom of the screen. Staff will call speakers forward as they appear on the screen. Public comment can also be offered by calling 847-810-3643. If the line is busy, please call back. Please be patient. We want to accommodate everyone who wishes to speak. We'll do our best in this remote forum. I note that it is 8:50, and generally these meetings have a mandatory end at 11 p.m. So as we customarily say, if you have already submitted your feelings on the petition, if you agree with others, and you may simply state that. We do ask each member of the public to please limit your presentation to 5 minutes. Now to the petition. Our second petition for public hearing and action is consideration of approvals related to the third and final phase of the McKinley Road multifamily plan development. The petition request is for a zone change from R1 to GR3 for the western portion of property addressed as 373 East Westminster, a special use permit, a tentative plat of consolidation, and approval of the overall site plan. A two-story condominium building is proposed with underground parking. The property proposed for development is located to the east of the condominium buildings addressed as 705, 723, and 727 McKinley Road on the south side of Westminster. Property owners are 373 EW LLC, whose members are Todd Altunian and Peter Whitmer. 361 Westminster LLC, members Peter Whitmer and Todd Altunian, and the City of Lake Forest. The applicant is Peter Whitmer and are Peter Whitmer and Todd Altunian. And do members of the commission have any ex parte contacts or conflicts of interest on this matter?
Commissioner Kerr, I would like to disclose that I have a conflict as I've recently engaged the developers for a small home improvement project. Therefore, I wish to recuse myself from the final phase discussion of the McKinley Road project.
Sorry to see that you will not be involved, but I appreciate the fact that you allow the commission to avoid even the appearance of a conflict of interest, Commissioner Dixon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Kerr. For that, I'm going to drop off.
And I would ask the staff to promote the petitioner's representative, Peter Whitmer. Will you please, you are standing, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed. And if you can take no more than 20 minutes, that would be much appreciated.
Okay. Well, thank you, Commissioner, and appreciate the opportunity to come back for another meeting with the Plan Commission and review our latest development on the final phase of a three-phase project that we are presenting tonight. So the first slide that we have will be up on the screen here. This is the overall site plan, which shows the three phases and the third phase, which we're presenting tonight. Just go to the next slide. Just to go over a little bit of the history of the project. We started this, I think, back in 16 with the first property in the phase one, and worked with the city to understand what they were looking for in terms of the use. And it was quickly decided that it made a great deal of sense to have this as multifamily condominium use. Since the property, the 333 property to the north was already condominiums, there was C-level office space to the south. And the idea was, general idea was that east of the tracks would be residential multifamily in this area. We proceeded with that and increased the development to the phase two parcel. And when we overlooked the entire site, it became a conclusion that instead of us developing the site as just our parcels on the 01, that we would incorporate the city's parcel to the east, which is in the GR3, and that we would do a planned unit development for the overall site, which includes the 01 and GR3 sites. With that, we came in front of the Planning Commission and really explored all the different possibilities in terms of access, roads, the north-south access, the east-west access, whether it be on the north edge or the south edge, on the north or the east-west access into the property, and then also the existing alleys. We've looked at the possibility of it being on the east edge of the property, and really all concluded early on that the configuration that we had made the most sense. We also then, when we went to the phase three, we looked at the possibility of increasing the footprint, and even though we hadn't going into contract with any of the properties adjacent, but what would it be like, and what would it look like if we were to include those? And we concluded that at that time did not make a lot of sense to do that. We also, in the conclusion of the meeting where we finalized the phase 2 project, we established the south end boundary of the phase 3 project. So one of the things that we did, we had the open space that was created to the east of phase 2, and we continued that space into the phase 3 with the idea that the phase 3 building would be a terminus to the access, the access that runs east and west. It would be the easternmost terminus into our building. So with that, we had developed a number of different schemes on the phase 3. This will be, I think, the 4th scheme that we've presented. We had come to the Planning Commission prior, about a year ago, with all of the schemes that we produced were 2- and 3-story schemes. And the scheme that we were with in front of you last year was a 3-story scheme. And then we got preliminary approval from the Planning Commission to move forward to the HPC and get their approval on that process. We had been to the HPC earlier and got some preliminary feedback from them on our buildings. And then when we went to the HPC with that scheme, we were denied approval from them with a 3-story scheme that we had. So with that denial was in February of last year. So unfortunately COVID had hit, and so it kind of slowed the process down, I think, a little bit. And it gave us time to reflect and think about how we might move forward. There was really 2 things that seemed to be prevalent in that meeting. Was one, that to try to have a 2-story building as opposed to a 3-story building, and then to mitigate the step down to the 373 property, and to try to mitigate some of the existing conditions on the 373 property. The current house on the 373 property was approved for a demolition with a replacement structure a few years ago that never really followed through with that, obviously, and so that it allowed us to pursue that. So in that time period, we were able to come to agreement with the owners and purchase the 373 property, and it made sense to us to develop and really keep the single-family residence in that and redevelop that as with a new home that meets all the existing zoning requirements, side yard setbacks, all the setbacks, plus the lot width and area of the lot itself for the smaller lot. And then with that sliver of land, which is the 37 feet to the east of that, we're able to really make a better 2-story building. And one of the requirements of the development, and has really been the ability to create underground parking. So we were able to create underground parking, double-sided underground parking and storage in the new phase 3 building. So moving forward, the next one just shows the units. And then I just threw this slide in because it's hard to remember sometimes what was there. And so this is looking at Market Square from the phase 3 site, which had the really sea level and relatively bad repair office space with its related surface parking over the entire site and the utilities that were above that. We can just go to the next one. And then this is looking east. So this is looking at the 385 property to the east of us, which was adjacent the parking lot, the expansion parking lot for the library, plus the Masonic Temple building, which we since have demolished. So, and then the last one being the look down the existing alley, which the Masonic Temple building really pinched in. And then you can see the access from the other sites, the office buildings that fed into the alley. So the next slide that we have is really, I'm talking about two different things. One is the existing zoning and the existing uses. So this is the existing zoning. On it in green, you can see the OR1, which the first two phases of our project are represented in that area. And then to the south, we have the library and the church. And then to the north, we have the condo building. And then north of Westminster, we have the GR1, which is the multifamily residential, and then the residential unit. And then GR3, which is the next two houses, and then it steps down to the R1. The existing uses of the property are the three properties to the west, which are the condominium, the 333 building is the condominium, which we're proposing to be the same as what our new use in the GR3 would be, was a condominium. And then obviously the two phases of our first phase of the building. Just a note that the use of the library and the church to the south really remain the same, and they straddle the OR1 and the GR3 zoning districts. So if we go to the next slide, we can see here, and you can see indicated, this is where we're moving the property line from the GR3 east the 37 feet, which allows us to retain the R1 zoning on the 373 property, but allows us an additional space for the building to be developed on the phase 3 property. And this really allowed us to go from a 3-story building to a 2-story building, and also increase the parking in the lower level in the basement, underground parking in that area. And I think that, these are some sort of major changes that we made that we felt, accommodated the concerns of the HBC and their thoughts in our meetings, the last meeting that we had with them. And so that is really why we're back here in front of you with a 2-story scheme versus a 3-story scheme. So moving to the elevations, we really had the design idea of the building prior, all the buildings prior were really, I always talked about it as a 2-story building with a roof on top of it. And that roof had the 3rd story in it. So I think now that we're able to accommodate a 2-story structure, we don't have to hide the 3rd level and the massing of that. And so that we're able to unify the site in the final phase here with really the same detailing of the first 2 buildings, which then is a 2-story version for that. We're able to keep it well under the 35-foot heights of the parapet. So we're varies slightly between 28-foot-7 and I think 30-foot-6 at the lowest end. And then the penthouses would be underneath the 35-foot maximum. So the language of the buildings can be really the same in a unified front between the final phase of our project. The perspectives that we have, and I apologize for the showing up. I'm hoping that people had a chance to go to City Hall. We provided the model there, and so that you can really understand the massing and the difference between the three-story scheme to our current 2-story scheme. And as everyone would recall, that our floor levels are actually 3 foot lower than the phase 1 and the phase 2 existing buildings. So that the floor is not only down 3 feet, but then we've taken a third of the height off of our buildings. In the perspectives, the entrance drive, which is off the McKinley, so that would be the McKinley Drive in, still has the same ideas about having the balconies and porches off as the terminus to the axis of that entrance street. The one in the lower left shows looking north from coming up Westminster. We put in a proposed house to understand what that will be on the 373 site, and then our 2-story building behind it, and then which then ties into the 3-story existing phase 1 building that's behind that, and also then steps up into the 3-story 333 building to the west. So you can see the progression from the 3-story down to the residential into the residential district. Straight on from the street across view of the Westminster, you can see our 2-story piece has components of a terrace on the outside, is broken up into the same way that our main building's broken up. The one side is stepped back so that we allow our access into the underground parking in that area. The width of the buildings are the same in terms of the first 2 phases, and so we're 88 feet on the first 2 buildings, and really that works out well for double-loaded parking and storage in the basement. And that's I threw in here the next slide, which has the basement floor plan. You can see here we pick up 10 spaces in the basement because of the notching that way and the related storage for that, which gives us underground parking numbers about 3 units. We're projecting the number of units to be between 6 and 8, and that's very similar to what we had before. I think on our last scheme we had the same number of units, which is well below what allowable by the contractual agreement with the city for this property. The preliminary engineering, again, I bring this up, we've supplied this to the city. They've had a chance to review it with not only in-staff, but their consultants, and agree that with our preliminary engineering design, and really if we go to the grading plan, by purchasing the house, it allows us to put in the swales and the underground storm to pick up all the water from the southeast as it flows through our property and out toward the north into the storm sewers in the street, so that we can really correct what was a major concern of the existing house on the 373 property with correct engineering for that. Utilities have always been contemplated, we've always planned for this building in the overall scheme of the electric and gas and power and water with the infrastructure that we put in the first phases of the building. The next piece is the landscape. The landscaping is really consistent with the first 2 phases of the building, so that we have streetscape, canopy trees, and hedging along the parkway. We have pedestrian walkways through this, and that I failed to mention that that was a big part of the whole development, was having a way that the public can access through the site, so that you can walk through to the library and from Deer Path through the site from Westminster, and also from the train station down through and through the library, and then have the open space available for the library's use and for the general public's use in the south end of the building. The other thing that we had worked on was if we're able to work with the neighbor at the 385 Westminster site. What we have proposed there is to, they have some vegetation on their west, which is basically buckthorn and some weed trees, and some grading that has some water issues that we're able to pick up in our storm sewer system, and also regrade that area, which would require us then to replant that area with some more substantial trees, and also then fencing to provide screening. One of the other nice things is that there's a low electrical line that runs sort of diagonally, and you can see right through that cursor right there, which fed the 373 house, so that we're able to eliminate that power line through their backyard and refeed that new site through our underground infrastructure. The last point that I really want to make is one of value. What we did here was we took for the sales in the immediate vicinity of our project in the last 3 years, which we felt was pretty relevant to understand the value of the homes within the adjacency to our property and the close proximity to that. The phase 3 project, we are projecting, we haven't sold any of those because we haven't had approval of that. But the sale price that we're projecting is $425 a square foot. That would be for a non-finished space, and so that each owner would have the ability to customize the interiors, which will be an additional to that price. And that's following really what is the phase 2 project, which is was been closed and sold 100%, which we're finishing the interiors for each of the owners right now. The unfinished space we sold at an average of $373 a square foot for that project. And then the phase 1 building, which now I think the first closings were probably over 2 years ago, which was $329 a square foot. So if we compare those numbers, which are really unfinished space, which have to be finished, so you have to add that to those numbers, to the 333 Westminster, which they've been had some sales in the last 3 years, which averaged between $250 a square foot to $277 a square foot. And they've had some brisk sales recently, which again is substantially lower than what our project here. So I think it gives a nice way that people can get into the neighborhood and gives good value to that existing building. If you look at the single family houses in the close proximity, the old schoolhouse across the street from the 333 building sold in late 18 at $417 a square foot. That's one of the more expensive per square foot properties in the area. Further east, the 360 Westminster sold. It's a larger property, so it sold for $271 a square foot back in 17. And again, you can see that these numbers are well below what we're proposing per square foot for our new phase. The last one's probably the most interesting, which is the 403 Westminster, which is off the private drive. It's the eastern lot there. You can see where the cursor is. It sold back in 18, which was 18 we had already were underway for the first phase of the project, and well, the master plan was being proposed, and that sold at I think $650,000, which worked out to be $276 a square foot, and then it currently sold for just in October for $700,000, which is about a 7.5% increase from the 18 number. With this was sold in October, so that would have been after we got the preliminary approval for the master plan from you guys and had gone to the HBC for approval. So I think that is this gives facts for the immediate neighbors and the real estate prices for that within the past 3 years, which we think are relevant for the values. So you can see that fortunately for Lake Foresters, the viability of our project and other ones in the area have moved up in price. And then just in conclusion, what we see is this phase 3. We're excited really to, I'm sure as everyone in the neighborhood is all the construction is going on and is, continually as we're finishing up, is really to complete this last phase. So, the first 2 phases, I think we proved ourselves pretty well in terms of the viability of what we're creating. homes that we made. And I think it really, we're looking forward to moving forward with this last building and finishing this project. So with that, I'd like to turn it back over to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitmer. And now we'd like to hear identification of issues by staff. Kathy?
Thank you, Chairman Kerr, members of the commission. I would like to cover 5 topics, and I know time is an issue, so I will try to do those quickly. I'd like to speak to the Plan Commission's role and responsibility, the charge of the commission. I won't go into detail, but just a high-level history of this development site. I'd like to speak briefly to the present request, and then speak to the issue of precedence and impact on the historic district. And finally, I would like to clarify the requested action. Plan Commission's responsibility is, as it is with any petition, is to look at this petition and evaluate it based on the criteria in the code and based on adopted city plans, goals, and policies. The commission is charged with really considering for each specific petition, what is the best long-term solution for the overall community? Your interest is not limited to a local area, but really looking at the overall community. And finally, to follow the process. And historically, the process has served this community very well. As former Mayor Lansing often said, Lake Forest did not happen by accident. Our processes are thorough. Thanks to the boards and commissions, they are deliberative. And I think that's demonstrated by the fact that this petition is now before the commission for the 5th time. Many, many hours you have put in on this petition. Briefly on the history, this area has been talked about for at least 10 years. In 2011, there was an ad hoc committee put together made up of today people who are former aldermen, former mayors. It was a group that really understood processes, really understood the community, and really spent a lot of time thinking about this area. In 2017, an overall master plan for this area was adopted. Importantly, the master plan was not a site plan. It did not identify specific building locations, was never intended to do that. What it was intended to do was to really set out some key goals. And the fundamental goal of redevelopment of this area was that additional residential units be provided within walking distance of the central business district, the train station, the library, with the intent of adding to the vitality of our central business district. The master plan also talked about this area being developed in a comprehensive way. And initially, the developers came to us after having acquired only the northern office building, and the city discouraged them from coming forward. The initial plan was to demolish that building and build a new office building. But the city really said, this is an area we know that when developments are done comprehensively, we can achieve things like shared green space, public pedestrian access, consistent architectural detailing, high quality materials, undergrounding of utilities, and general cleanup of a site. Consistent with the direction in that master plan, what we have today is a multifamily plan development. Phases 1 and 2 are complete or well underway. Phase 3 is before you really as a culmination of almost 10 years of effort. The master plan also talked about underground parking and importantly, enhancing the landscape along the streetscape. As I mentioned, phase 3 is now before the commission for the 5th time for after 4 meetings at which considerable and lengthy deliberation occurred. After each of those meetings, the petitioner and staff took what the Plan Commission said, took comments from all those who made public comments and made significant modifications to the plan. The plan evolved significantly, with this really being the most significant, this plan reflecting the most significant difference. What we heard repeatedly through the process and what was stated in the master plan is that the third phase should be a 2.5 or a 2-story building. The earlier plans, through many iterations, tried to mask the third floor. And from an architectural perspective, the designs became a bit cumbersome and a bit complex. You now have a 2-story building in front of you. So the present request, again, don't want to repeat myself, a 2-story building that is located in full conformance and in fact exceeds the setbacks. The side yard setbacks in the GR3 district, the required setback is 6 feet. As proposed, this building is 15 feet from the side yard, which even exceeds the required setback in the neighboring R1 zoning district. The front yard setback along Westminster, the code requirement is 40 feet. In the proposed plan, the 1-story building is set back 69 feet from the north property line, and the main mass of the 2nd story, the main mass of the building, is set back between 82 and 84 feet. As was noted, what's proposed here is 6 to 8 units. The original plan allowed for up to 14 units in the third phase of this development. And the plan offers, as now presented, the opportunity with a 2-story massing and avoiding the need to hide the 3rd story to present a building that is consistent in massing, in architectural detailing, and materials with phases 1 and phase 2. As Mr. Whitmer noted, the developers acquired the 373 Westminster property after many meetings. It was clear that the drainage issues on that property could not be solved without demolishing the house and without regrading. And in fact, the prior owners came in and made the case that the integrity of the house had been impacted by water infiltration, and made the case that the house, which was constructed in 1963, did not offer any architectural or historical merit. The previous petitioner's request to demolish the house was approved, although they never proceeded with constructing the replacement house that was proposed. In order to allow the 2-story configuration to work while retaining the ability to have 6 to 8 units and provide underground parking, the request before the commission for rezoning affects a 38-foot strip along the western side of the 373 Westminster property. The strip proposed for rezoning is 7,225 feet. What is not proposed, and I do understand there's a lot of confusion because I've gotten a number of calls in the last few days, there is not a proposal to change the boundaries of the historic district. The historic district includes the city property, and that property was included because formerly the Quinlan Coach House was located on that property. That house has since been, or that structure has since been demolished. Just in summary, again, speaking of the present request, what this development proposal offers. It offers residential near the central business district. We have evidence that there's proven demand for these types of units. The units in the phase 1 and phase 2 buildings have sold quickly. The development cannot be characterized as anything other than a success. And certainly there are a number of factors that contribute to recent increased interest in our central business district. specifically by a few restaurants that you see building out now, but also significant restaurants from the Chicago area that are very interested in locating in the central business district, because there's interest in our community, there's increased residential units near our central business district, and certainly the overall market activity. There's a lot positive happening in our community right now. This development as proposed offers certainty. With uncertainty on this property for many, many years, for an extended period of time, that in and of itself does not serve well to maintain property values. We often have gotten the question, what is going to happen on this site? What we know is once we get a development approved and there is certainty and there is a build out that begins to occur, that there is essentially some settling down of the neighborhood. This development offers a long-standing eyesore is addressed. Essentially what has been a missing tooth along the Westminster streetscape, and I didn't make up that term. I've heard it for years, people calling, and even when the Historical Society was there, saying, what is that missing tooth? Why is there a gap there? So this project addresses that, not only by establishing a building that exceeds the setbacks that allow for extensive landscaping, but really provides a chance to provide an appropriate landscaped streetscape and an entrance into the historic district. Currently, both the city site and the 373 building certainly do not offer an entrance into the historic district that speaks to the level or quality of other homes in the district. This development offers, as I said, a comprehensive development, a cohesive development from an architectural detailing massing perspective. It preserves green space that will be accessible to the public, that was always envisioned as part of redevelopment of this site, to give the library more foreground to the north. This overall development also cleaned up McKinley Road. As I mentioned, the Plan Commission's charge is to review this development based on the criteria. And I won't read them word for word, but we'll speak to them in high level. Compatibility with surrounding uses. This is a transition area. This is an area where we're seeing a step down from the higher density uses, higher intensity uses, and larger massive buildings as we move to the east to single family homes. This is a transition area. This type of use, a two-story structure that is not as tall as some of the homes in the area and does not build to the maximum height allowed, this is a transition building. The Plan Commission must consider whether the proposed development significantly diminishes property values in the area. We have not seen evidence of that. And in fact, in other areas where we have seen condominiums develop in historic districts, we also have not seen evidence of that. The criteria include looking out for the safety and general welfare of the community, as well as ensuring that the enjoyment and use of surrounding properties are not negatively impacted. The properties adjacent on McKinley were previously developed for office uses and could have been redeveloped. The alley that is on the city property served as access to back parking lots. The proposed use is a residential use. It's not a commercial use. It does not create odors. It does not create excessive traffic, light, or significant activity that differs largely from what we see in the surrounding neighborhood of single family homes. The criteria also can require consistency with the zoning code and adopted policy and plans, and I already spoke to that. Final two areas I want to speak to: precedent for a moment. There's been some input that allowing condominiums in the historic district would set a precedent. In the 70s, in the late 70s, and constructed, I believe, in the 80s, condominiums were approved on Mayflower Road. We have not in 4 decades seen Mayflower Road develop with other condos. We have not seen petitions come forward. Those condominiums, in fact, many people do not know those are condominiums. They fit quietly into the neighborhood. We also have the Vine Historic District, Vine and Oakwood Historic District. There are condos in and immediately adjacent to that historic district. And those were constructed, again, decades ago. That historic district has survived, and those uses have been very compatible with the existing single-family homes. And then finally, on page 12 of your staff report, you do have a recommendation from us. And I won't detail that right now, but it is on page 12. I certainly can go through this. Based on the staff's analysis, on its merits, this is a good project for the community and will not cause harm. That concludes my comments, Chairman Kerr.
Thank you, Kathy. Next portion of the meeting will be questions and requests for clarification from commission members to petitioner or staff. We'll begin with Commissioner Athenson.
Okay. So thank you, Peter, for your model that you presented to us in City Hall. It was very helpful just to see what you're proposing and to evaluate density and how the architectural style fits into the neighborhood. You know, this has been a really long project, and I just want to clarify before I start asking questions that I joined the Plan Commission probably halfway through this project. So some of my questions might seem repetitive, and I apologize for that, but I just want to make sure that I understand all the work that went before me. So just to clarify and understand, so right now this parcel is, you don't own this parcel. This parcel is owned by the city of Lake Forest. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we have a contract for the purchase of it.
Okay, and so is the sale conditioned on approval of this project?
I believe it is.
Yes,
Yeah.
the purchase.
Yeah, I think it would be, yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so I'm just wondering why you just haven't bought the parcel from the city.
I mean, there was numerous conditions in the contract that we've met, having to do with the other phases of the project too, that we've completed and have facilitated all the other pieces of the contract that we needed to do.
Okay, and what is the sale price that the city will gain from this parcel?
I don't think we're allowed to disclose that. Am I right on that, Kathy? I'm not sure that we're able to say that.
Yes, it's a pending sale. So you do have a number of the provisions of the purchase sale agreement summarized in your staff report on page 4, but the purchase sale agreement as a whole is not public information at this point.
So it's public once it's sold.
Well, and I'd just like to add that in prior Plan Commission meetings, we do not focus on the financial aspects. That is for the City Council, that's their purview. But we have asked for particular information, which Kathy shows, that was relevant to our decision-making, and that's included here as well.
Okay, thank you. And let's see. So, you know, one thing that has changed in this whole development is since we've last met and talked about this, your last proposal, is that the library has now publicized their plans for expansion. And, you know, if you read their website, you see that they said that they're their possibility for expansion was limited in a way by your project here. And so I'm just wondering if you've spoken to the library board just about their needs for expansion and how your project might impact those.
So we shared our development with the library board and their architects when they were contemplating their how they would expand and how they would look at it. So there was a coordination between our project and their project moving forward. I think the difference that from the plans that we showed them and shared with them to what it is today is that our building is basically a story shorter than it was. And I think that they've been able to utilize the open space that we provided for them to the south. And also then there, as part of the provision of the sale, that we would transfer the rectangle there toward the bottom that would go to the library from our property, that we would transfer at the sale of the property and the transfer of the property, that they would be able to utilize that space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think they were talking about the increase in size of phase 2, and that has caused their project to be moved over to the right.
It was my understanding that they never approached us with the thought process that they wanted to use any of the property that currently was owned by the city or under contract with us.
Okay, so you haven't recently spoken to them then?
Not recently, no.
Okay. Okay, so I just want to double check because I don't think I saw this, but the feedback that you got from HPC in their denial of your last project, can you explain, besides lowering the 2-story or the 3-story to a 2-story, what other feedback they gave you for their denial?
I think the other main point that they made was the impact onto the 373 residents. So, how that was impacting that site and how we could lessen the impact to that residence. And that was, part of our thought process in terms of purchasing that too, so that we could mitigate that and really have control of that site. Not too dissimilar to when we purchased the house from the church. We hadn't really thought about buying the house at the church on the phase 2 project, and we were really encouraged by the city to purchase that, and so we negotiated that and moved forward on that basis. So I would say they were the two main concerns with that. The other thing on the HPC was, I think there was a feeling that the building should relate to the other 2 buildings that we did. So it should be a consistent language and will be much more cohesive and make a lot more sense to have it relate to the detailing on the first 2 buildings as opposed to trying to make something different. So they were the main points that I recall of the meetings.
So did they speak to you about compatibility about architectural design and massing to the Westminster neighbors?
I think that's always a concern. And I think the overall massing, the overall size of the 3 stories was, from what I understand, was, the largest concern that they had.
Okay, so architectural design and massing was a concern.
Well, I mean, I think that they're from what, there was a lot of comments made in that meeting. But my understanding was they thought it was more important to be consistent with the other 2 buildings than it was to try to make it look like a house. So I think there was an attempt on our part, based on some comments that were made in the Planning Commission meeting, quite frankly, is that to have pitched roofs on the things and mansard roofs that look more residential. And my understanding from what some of the comments on the HPC was that, it's condominium building, we should make it more like the other 2 buildings.
Okay, so following up on that, so with the 2016-2017 master plan, originally proposed on this front site was a single family home or a duplex, because it would be compatible with Westminster neighbors. So have you ever explored that alternative?
Yeah, that's what we really started with on our first submission to the Plan Commission. We had two separate buildings, and we had basically a building on the front that was to replicate a duplex. It actually had 2 units. It was separated vertically instead of horizontally. It was separated horizontally instead of vertically. And so that's where we started with the project. Back when we originally had conceived of the project, we weren't convinced that we wanted the front piece, and so that was an evolution of the project where it made a lot of sense to make this all one big project as opposed to having it as a separate site.
So you never did, excuse me, you never proposed a single family home on that site to fill in the
Never a single family home. We looked at a duplex. Was in our first scheme. That's what we were focused on. Yes.
Okay, and then you jumped right to the large condominium building.
And so through the, I believe we were at the HPC. I mean, it's been so many meetings, so I apologize if they kind of blur together a little bit. But what happened was that we had 2 separate buildings, and it became pretty consistent that the idea that I think it makes more sense as one building as 2. Even in the purchase agreement, we have the right to do 2 buildings, and I think that was the original thought of it. But as we evolved through the process, I think it became pretty clear that it made a lot more sense to have one building that was more cohesive.
Okay.
Kathy, could you do a quick run through of what the commission started with and how the open space impacted this building? We started with a single family duplex, townhomes. We tried a number of different structures over the years.
Sure. Actually, Mr. Whitmer may be better able to do that. I can do a high level summary, but the initial, as we looked at the master plan in 2016, 2017, only the southern part of the property, the city property, was discussed, because when the city approached the developer saying it really makes sense to incorporate this whole city property, given its narrow configuration, the location of the alley, initially the developer was not interested in that northern part. So a smaller condominium building closer to the south property line was initially envisioned. As this project evolved, the city actually went back to the developer and said, reconsider, we think leaving an orphan parcel that could be developed in a way that wasn't consistent would be a mistake. So as Mr. Whitmer said, the initial plan that came forward did have a condominium building on the south and a duplex toward the Westminster streetscape. I believe in one version it was a standalone. In a later version it was connected because the Plan Commission was concerned about the spacing between. There were efforts to, rather than have the duplex have front-facing garages or their own garages, to consolidate the duplex with a single underground garage. And then maybe in a third or fourth iteration, the duplex was really eliminated based on comments from the Plan Commission, because that massing of trying to have 2 units, essentially 2 single-family homes that work together, duplexes often can create a difficult massing. So as a result, the duplex was eliminated. It then became a single condominium building. Initially, the condominium building, because of the narrow configuration of the lot and the difficulty of working with an underground garage with a building that narrow, originally the Access to the underground garage was off Westminster. At the direction of the Plan Commission, that was eliminated, and a revised version was created with access to the underground garage off of the alley. The northern elevation and roof form of that condominium building, as Mr. Whitmer said, was modified in response to comments from the commission, comments to the public, from the public, trying to make that front part of the building appear as a single family home. And the building, in an effort to mask that third floor, really became very complicated. So I'm sure I missed some iterations, but consistent.
Well, I would just add the open space that was a requirement on the south side, push this building towards the north. And I don't think it's been a leap from one form to the other. It's been conversations on all types over many years, 2 or 3 years at least. And this seemed to be the best way to take a narrow parcel to allow the open space on the southern end, which would benefit the public and also be available to the library. It did evolve over time, but it was not a rush over 2 or 3 years.
Okay, so the most obvious question is, if all those didn't work, and why didn't you try a single family home plan? Because that seems to be, that would be fulfilling, check all the boxes here, what would fit into this historic neighborhood?
I think that the transition, we're transitioning from the condominium down to single family houses. And so I think, it would be, we have the same transition between this house and then the 333 building. So we have moved it to the GR3, and that's why the zoning is a duplex zoning. And so that it allows for that. And the GR3 zoning allows for exactly what we're doing, a PUD plan, which could be comprehensive with the other 2 parcels so that we can develop the whole site together. So I think what we're using is the existing zoning that is in place and that allows for the step down from the from condominium to residential. So I think we didn't feel at that point, we feel like the 373 site is existing zoning is residential, and it should remain residential. And that's what we're proposing. But, to put a single family house on this site to us didn't seem to be make much sense to us, at least.
In which way?
In moving forward with the overall development.
Okay, well, I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but I think what's clear here is that you had the 333 Westminster building, you had the 351 small gray house that on some of your plans is not on there. And then you have a space, and then you have more residential homes. So the one alternative that you haven't explored is a single family home on that spot on Westminster.
Well, I mean, just to clarify though, on this site, we could have 4 units by zoning with 2 duplex units plus then all the related on-site parking. So with the garages, and you can't eliminate the complexity of trying to fit 2-car garages. So that's, 8 cars of garages onto the site. So we didn't feel that was an appropriate piece. I mean, one of the nice things about the condominium solution is we're able to facilitate all the parking underground. And so there it takes all the surface parking for those garages away. So that, that's our approach, and we think it makes a lot of sense.
Okay. I'm not going to get anywhere with that question. So I think I'm going to yield to my other board members to let them ask their questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Freeman?
None.
Commissioner Moorhead?
Thank you. I have some questions for Kathy, and Peter can jump in if he's inclined. Kathy, just a couple points. The Perry Hall condo development on Mayflower, just to distinguish that from this is a ground up development, and that was a rehab of an existing structure. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are there any other examples of a rezoning that has been done in the historic district that you can recall?
I would have to research that. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. It might sound like a basic question, but with respect to the historic district, what can you just give a basic sense of what the intent is behind it, and whether or not it's designed to prevent development within the district, and if it's not designed to totally prevent development, what the review process is for any potential development or rehab?
Sure. And I want to go back for a minute, although I can't off the top of my head quote rezonings that have occurred in the historic district. We do know, and the commission all the time sees subdivisions of property in the historic district, which take larger lots, create smaller lots, and allow infill density. So I just wanted to make that point. In response to your second question, the historic district was created to preserve the historic character of the city of Lake Forest. The historic district does not prohibit changes in the historic district. In fact, if the historic district did that, we wouldn't have a historic preservation commission. All of the boards and commissions are designed to manage growth and change. The community continually changes. I know we've heard a lot of written testimony about maintaining the charm, maintaining the distinction. If we don't change, respond to carefully to new trends, this community would not be desirable. We would be left behind. In fact, I would point out that Market Square itself was a significant change in our community. So the historic district does not prevent change. However, the city's process is extraordinary. And I think you have an example of it tonight. You have your earlier petition, you continued for a second time. This petition, this property, this area has been studied for 10 years. And this phase 3, you are seeing tonight for the 5th time. So the role of the boards and commissions are in fact to manage change and growth, and do that carefully and deliberatively.
Okay, thank you. With respect to this area to the east, the immediate area, sorry, to the area to the immediate east of phase 3, particularly the properties at 373 Westminster, 401, 403, and 385. My understanding is that the original house was at 401, and that house, or that property owner, owned all of the other properties I just referenced, and then those that larger parcel was subdivided into 4 parcels. So you have 401, 373, 385, and 403. I guess my first question is that correct? And then the second question is the 373 house was built in 1963 and is not of an historic character. Is that correct?
Yes. In response to your first question, yes. The 3 lots were created through a subdivision. I don't off the top of my head remember the year of that, but yes, that was a change in the historic district that was significant. The 373 property house was built in 1963, I believe. It is not, in fact, the prior owner made the argument to the Historic Preservation Commission in 2016 that it is not historically significant, and in fact, was compromised due to ongoing water infiltration. The HPC approved the demolition of the house on 363 Westminster, although it never occurred.
Okay. Thank you. Next question on with respect to the 2016-2017 master plan and redevelopment recommendations. That plan in the document, there's a site plan in the document. It specifically references phase 3, or I should say the phase 3 property. It says basically encourage incorporation of the city site in a larger redevelopment area, or words to that effect. It doesn't make any reference to redeveloping or otherwise using any other property, including the 373 Westminster property. My question is this a case of mission creep where we started, the original intent was to rehab the properties along McKinley to transition them from office to residential. The phase 3 was included because it's city property and it's adjoining the McKinley properties, and now we've moved on into an R1 residential property, 373 Westminster. Are we out? If we exceeded the bounds of our of the 2017 master plan intent?
The master plan was a high-level guiding document. It was never intended to specifically identify building footprints. You may recall with phase 2, at the city's urging, there were discussions, and to the credit of the Church of the Covenants and the developer, there were discussions, and ultimately an agreement was reached to allow a portion of the church property to be incorporated into the site so that we were resolving an issue on a neighboring property. There was recognition that the house that belonged to the church over time perhaps would be out of place on that streetscape, and that property would stand alone on an incremental basis. That property would be hard to redevelop except as perhaps a parking lot to support the church. I think the same thing is happening here with 373. No, 373 was not part of the master plan. The prior owners of 373 had been very involved in this discussion, made the city very aware of the issues with their existing house, and that in combination with hearing very clearly that this third phase needed to be a transition. The developers took the step to negotiate and ultimately purchase the property, certainly with no guarantee, but including 38 feet of the western edge of that property in this development plan allows the building to be configured in a 2-story manner in a way that allows the 6 to 8 units to be achieved and the underground parking garage to work. So yes, there has been some change. You could call it scope creep, but it has not been knee-jerk scope creep. It has been the result of very careful deliberations over a very extended time period.
Okay, and then just one last question. In the R1 district, the rear yard setback is what is the rear yard setback in that district? Do you know off the top of your head?
Give me just a minute. I know that the side yard setback in R1 is 10 feet. Front yard setback is 40 feet in the R1 district. The rear yard setback is 35 feet in the R1 district.
Okay, so then with respect to the proposal of this phase 3, the portion of the proposed building that that juts out to the east, just north of 385 Westminster, it kind of wraps around the northwest corner of 385 Westminster. I think it has a distance of, and Peter may be able to confirm this, but I think that has a distance of 16 feet from the 385 Westminster property line. My question is, would that distance wouldn't be allowed then in the R1, right? I know
that distance would not be allowed in the R1, no.
Okay, and what is that considered in the GR3? Is that a side yard or what? Or is that
it's an irregular configuration. We would consider that as an internal side yard. It would depend on your interpretation.
Okay. Okay. I have other questions, but I'll hold those for later. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
First, Kathy, am I correct that the boundary of the historic district follows the existing property line between 715 McKinley? Well, yeah, which may have a Westminster address, I guess, but at 373 Westminster, in other words. Well, yeah, the existing property line on the west side of 373, is that the HPC, the HP, the Historic Preservation District?
The city property is in the historic district.
Oh, the entire city property as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, just the northern, I believe just the northern part of the historic district. I believe we do have a map we can pull up if we need to.
I'd be curious to see if you have it, where the district boundaries
Michelle,
are.
do you have that map handy? That slide handy that you could pull up?
Are you referring to me?
Michelle, do you have a slide handy of the historic district right in that area?
Yes, I'm zooming in and then I'm going to share my screen. Can you see that?
The colors aren't clear.
It looks like it goes all the way back, Kathy, doesn't it?
It does appear that on here. We will try and confirm that in the next few minutes and answer that question.
Yeah, on my copy as well, the color's clear and it appears to be both the north and south lines.
Well, could Michelle zoom out to show the entire East Lake Forest Historic District?
That's the extent of my questions right now. Thanks.
But again, Kathy, just to follow up on that, your understanding is that that was extended to include those properties because of the existence of the stable house that ended up becoming the historical center? Is that why those were included, or what was the logic there?
Yes, we have to believe that the National Register District, which the local historic district was based on, included the city property specifically because it was the site of the Quinlan Coach House. So 373 and the city property are within the historic district.
Okay, then I have a few quick questions for Mr. Whitmer and then a few for Kathy. Peter, having been with this development since the beginning, along with Commissioner Freeman, it'll appear after reading the HPC report that there are 3 areas that I would see where you responded to the concerns of the HPC. You reduced the mass of the building by going from a 3-story building to a 2-story, which provided a better buffer and transition to the single-family homes, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And with that reduced massing, you also brought down the height so that you no longer require a height variance.
That's correct.
And then thirdly, as you indicated, you addressed the design features because the HPC, I remember Art Miller and others in one of our meetings talking about how they really wanted that 3rd building to be like phases 1 and 2. And most of the changes made to phase 3 were requested by various commissioners to try and reduce the massing size, the mansard roof and such. You agreed to those at the time to satisfy our concerns on that. Yes?
Just make sure I understand
Yeah.
what you're saying. So yeah, I think that through the deliberations of the Planning Commission was to try to reduce the overall massing. then, as going to a two-story structure, I think solved a lot of those issues.
Yes. The East Lake Forest Historic District, which Michelle just had up, I drove it. It's about 2.5 miles long from the southern end of Ringwood to the Lake Forest Cemetery. And it's about 3/4 of a mile between the lakefront and McKinley. And Kathy's indicated in her report that it's over 1,000 acres. So I just want to provide some perspective here. Your zoning change is requested for the western 7,225 square feet. Yes?
Correct.
Correct? And that's 1/6 of 1 acre. And then as I look at this, because we are concerned with impacts to any of the surrounding properties, you have a 15-foot eastern setback. You have a front yard setback that preserves the streetscape of Westminster, because you're having somewhere between a 62 and 69-foot front yard setback, as I see it on your plans.
Correct.
So the actual amount of building mass within that 7,225 square feet is around 2,500 square feet. I'm just trying to show that within the entire East Lake Forest Historic District, which we cherish, this is a very small piece that will allow completion of phase 3. And you, as a petitioner, are completing underground parking, which is a requirement of the city.
Correct.
And it was also a requirement of the city that there be some open space at the southern end for the library and public open space.
Correct.
And then Kathy, I had a couple of questions for you on 373 East Westminster. As we looked at that, let me get out my figures. The required zoning, make sure I get the right one. Quite a few things on this over 4 or 5 years. Okay, here we are. For a single family lot, R1, 9,375 square feet is the zoning requirement. This property contains, if the zoning variance is approved, the remaining property will have 18,610 square feet, which I calculate to be 2 times the requirement of the city for a single family residence in R1.
Correct.
Okay. There are significant drainage issues with the existing property. Would new construction deal with those?
The new construction would involve both regrading and the installation of storm sewer, all subject to the review and approval of the city engineer.
It's been noted that the property was built in 1963 and is not an historic structure. Do you even consider it a contributing structure to the East Lake Forest Historic District?
In general, structures that are 50 years older or more are identified as contributing structures because of their age. As I mentioned before, the Historic Preservation Commission has previously approved a request to demolish that structure. So based on that, they're finding that they found that it met the criteria for demolition. It was not a significant historic structure.
All right, thank you. And then because that will remain in the historic district, the design features of that home would need to be approved by the Historic Preservation Commission.
That is correct.
Okay, which is a further protection for all those concerned about preserving the East Lake Forest Historic District. Final couple of points. In the model in City Hall, there was a fairly significant landscaping screen planned for the east boundary of 373 East Westminster when redeveloped?
Correct. The model reflected that, and Mr. Whitmer may be able to speak more clearly to the intent there.
Okay, and then there is about an 8 to 10 foot wide shared driveway to the eastern boundary of 373 East Westminster, the shared driveway for those two interior units that further would separate that property from 401 East Westminster? Would continue to.
Yes, that is a private drive.
Okay, because I just feel that some people might be concerned about what would happen to 373 East Westminster. And we should remember that that would have to be reviewed and approved by the Historic Preservation Commission.
Correct.
I don't need any further comment. There is a landscape screen proposed for that eastern boundary, and obviously the early stages on that. And given the hour, I have no more questions. Are there any other questions from commissioners for the petitioner or staff? All right, well, it is 10:15 and we will move to the public testimony portion. And obviously, because of the lateness of the hour, especially and the number of potential speakers, we would ask that if you're repeating comments, please do so quickly. Unless you have new information to provide. We are limiting each speaker, as normally, not to exceed 5 minutes per speaker. Michelle, how many potential members of the public do we have to provide testimony?
Chairman Kerr, I have one caller now, and I do see 3 hands raised at this time. So I could start with the caller if you'd like.
Okay, we do need to swear in the caller, and we need the name and address of the caller as well.
Sure, let me just mute for one moment, please.
I would just mention at this time that all members of the commission have received numerous letters of comment on this proposal. They have all been circulated to all members of the commission.
Okay, Chairman Kerr, you do have your first caller on to swear in.
Caller number 1, your name and address, please.
This is Jeff Terosian. I reside at 401 East Westminster.
Mr. Terosian, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give or have given in the past on this petition is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Kerr, and thank you, commissioners, for your time and thoughtful consideration of the petition and the objections. My wife and I, as I said, reside at 401 East Westminster with our family. And we object strenuously to this special use permit. We're joined by over 1,100 others. Those are community members, neighbors, merchants, realtors, former mayors, former commission members, many of whom are on this call, but probably not all on this call. And that's just the petition. There are Facebook posts and Facebook pages and other people providing comments who are have significant interests and stakes in this permit and are vehemently opposed to it. Hopefully you will hear from many of those others tonight. Hopefully they haven't tired and gone to bed. And I know there are several others who are elderly, and frankly, I know some that don't even own a computer, much less know how to work Zoom. So hopefully you will take those complaints and objections into consideration too. That is a substantial amount of consideration of objections. It is more than double the objections that knocked down this developer's request for permits to construct a Lake Bluff building of some sort in their downtown. And I hope that the commission pays special heed to the extreme nature of the amount of objections to this petition. Granting a special use permit here does not meet the LaSalle-Sinclair factors applied by Illinois courts in post-permitting litigation. It would have an immense adverse impact on the community, would detract from the neighbors' use and enjoyment of their properties, and would greatly diminish the home values of not just the neighbors, but the whole historic district. This project has creeped over from McKinley Road. I used the word project creep 2 years ago at one of these hearings, and some of the commissioners bristled at that. And now I've heard it twice in this Zoom call by commissioners admitting that this is project creep from the McKinley Road project. It is not consistent with the 2016 master plan, which called for a single family or duplex on the city lot. We did not object to buildings 1 and 2. Let's be clear. The city property and the 373 East Westminster property at issue tonight are vastly different from the sites of buildings 1 and 2. They're zoned differently. 373 is R1, not O1, like buildings 1 and 2. The city property and 373 are in the historic district. Buildings 1 and 2 are not. The city property and 373 are in the historic residential and open space overlay district designed specifically to preserve open space. Buildings 1 and 2 are not. And I will say I have not heard a single mention of the overlay district, which is different than the historic district tonight. So we have the same development as buildings 1 and 2, but completely different analysis and completely different community impact. Nowhere in the petition is this addressed sufficiently. This historic district is on the National Register of Historic Places, not a building, the whole area. Why? The dirt here is no better than dirt in any other area. The trees don't bloom any brighter. In fact, nothing ever happened here. Paul Revere didn't ride through Eastlake Forest. There was no great Civil War battle here. What is it about this historic district that makes it so special to grant it this exalted status? I thought that myself, and so I looked for the application in 1974 that led to this historic district status with the National Register. And that application, which is over 400 pages long, and I read it, should be required reading for any commissioner addressing historic district changes. That specifically says nothing of any moment ever happened in Lake Forest. But it's the streetscapes in this area, which are dotted with significant single-family residential structures on winding roads developed by Hotchkiss before Olmsted designed Central Park. That skyline, those streetscapes are what makes cities great. When we think of Chicago, we think of the skyline. When we think of Newark, New Jersey, we think of nothing. When we think of Lake Forest, we think of winding streetscapes dotted with significant single-family residential structures. In fact, that's what the application to the National Register said. It looked at the district as a whole and said it's because there were so many contributing structures, that's its words, found throughout East Lake Forest that they gave the whole area a profound streetscape, and as a result, the whole streetscape needed protection.
Sorry for the buzzing sound, Mr. Terosian. It's the only way on Zoom we could get something loud enough so that it would indicate to speakers that their 5 minutes is up. If you need a little more time, please proceed.
I would appreciate a little more time. I just have another minute or so. But it's the entire streetscape that the application to the National Register found unique. And it said the streetscape is unique because of contributing structures. Now, what are the contributing structures? The application said there were over 600 primary buildings in this district. 2/3 of them they found to be contributing. Where are they? Well, 4 of them are directly across from Phase 3 and 373. The Quinlan School, which is one of the oldest buildings in Lake Forest, and the 3 residences next to it. That includes contributing structures include the library and the Quinlan House, which is behind Phase 3. They include my house, 401 East Westminster, and the property behind me at 403 East Westminster, whose driveway abuts the subject property. Contributing structures include the Church of the Holy Spirit and nearly every house east of the subject property on either side of Westminster. Now you will say, Jeff, get a hold of yourself. This is Westminster. This isn't Lake Road. This isn't that big of a deal. Well, I will tell you there are more contributing structures referenced in the 1974 application to the National Register on Westminster, East Westminster, than there are on Lake Road. Think about that. Lake Road is pretty nice, but East Westminster streetscape does more to contribute to the historic status of this district than Lake Road, and yet this is how we treat it. The streetscape and its contributing structures make this district a historic district on the National Register. This historic district is what makes our dirt unique, desirable, valuable, enjoyable, meaningful. It's what makes Lake Forest Lake Forest. New zoning and special use permits for condos do not. In the 423 pages of the application for the National Register status, the word condo is only used once, and it's to refer to the adaptive reuse of Ferry Hall on Mayflower. There's been some discussion about that building on this meeting. It was inaccurate. That was not a development, it was adaptive reuse. And that was how that building came to be. The Ferry Hall was one of the oldest buildings in Lake Forest. They did not decide to put a condo building in the historic district. It was adaptive reuse that led to that. This project is not adaptive reuse. This project is a wholesale desecration of the historic district. And if anyone in this town thinks that it's just nibbling on the edges, who cares? It's just across the street from one of the most historic schools, the first primary school in Lake Forest, the Quinlan School. Who cares? Then I will tell you, there is no distinction between being on the edge of the district and being in the middle of the district. If you can change the district status, if you can change and put a condo in the historic district, anywhere in the historic district, whether it's on the edge or in the middle of it, then nobody is safe and all of the value of living in the historic district is lost. This historic district is what derives the value of East Lake Forest. It was designed to protect it. If it can't protect desecration of the district by putting condos up, then there's no point in labeling it a historic district. We don't think this should be allowed. We think you should deny this petition and keep our legacy intact. And I thank you for the extra time.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Michelle, would you please bring them up to the podium?
Yes, just a moment, please. Chairman Kerr, you have your next caller.
Thank you. Caller number 2, your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Corky Peterson. I live at 723 North McKinley Road in Lake Forest.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the board for the exhaustive amount of time you've spent on this. I do appreciate all of the hard work that so many of you do, but I really felt the need to speak out about the fact that this is a wonderful community we live in. I've been a resident and been fortunate enough to be a resident here for 44 years. I've enjoyed the fruits of a community that knows what's right and what's wrong. I think that this set of 3 buildings has been a tremendous asset to the downtown community of our city. What they've replaced and what they propose to replace that is, for the most part, an additional McKinley Road property with a facade that will be set back some distance from Westminster is an absolutely appropriate use of the property. I think it dramatically increases and beautifies the streetscape that we all deal with on an everyday basis. And from my standpoint, and I think from the standpoint of the people that are living in these buildings, we've had a great opportunity to be allowed to maintain generational continuity. The people that are living in this building are, for the most part, longtime residents of Lake Forest who moved from very large homes and maybe perhaps moved those homes on to their children or their families, and now are living in apartments as are known as condos, but are still maintaining their continuity with the city, with their families, with the community. And there are buildings like this that are an absolute necessity to keep the vitality of this town alive. That's all I have to say. I thank you very much again for your time, and I hope that you'll vote appropriately, positively for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Michelle, could you please bring up caller number 3?
Yes, I will. I need to call them back as they were calling during that caller speaking. So just a moment, please.
Okay.
Chairman Kerr, I'm not able to get back in touch with the person. I do see their hand raised as well, so I can move on to that portion of the public comment if you'd like.
Okay.
Mr. Miller, I'm going to allow you to speak now. Please unmute yourself to be able to make your comment. You do have 5 minutes, and please state your name and address, and Chairman Kerr will swear you in.
My name is Arthur Miller. I live at 1100 Pembridge Drive in Lake Forest.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give and have given in the past on this petition is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do so swear.
Thank you. Please continue.
Well, based on that, I'll just mention that I was mentioned earlier in the proceedings about having made my comment about at the HPC about the appearance on Westminster should agree with what was on McKinley, to make clear that this was a McKinley Road development. And I did make that, and they, I think, did comply with that. I'm now going to read a statement from the Preservation Foundation, Lake Forest Foundation for Historic Preservation. The Lake Forest Preservation Foundation is opposed to variances that chip away at the character of Lake Forest and of its oldest national and historic district, the core of which is its 1850, it is right here for the 1857 street plan. We believe the current proposal for McKinley Road redevelopment phase 3 plan is unsuitable for the location. We have continuing concerns about the building mass and compatibility with the neighboring district, preserved homes to the east and to the Westminster streetscape. A zoning change will not correct this issue and should not be used to move this petition through. The addition of the planned space for the development property will not mitigate the size of the mass of the phase 3 building and its character. While growth and development are important and worth balancing against some aspects of preservation, we feel that moving east of McKinley Road onto the side street of this 1857 street plan is not an acceptable option at this time. We have consistently encouraged re-examination of this phase of the design to be more consistent with the original master plan concept of the site. We hope city officials, stewards of all this heritage, as well as of our businesses and finances, will exercise great care and pivot this need to build more condo units to a less sensitive location, not in the historic district, in order to protect our Heart of Lake Forest neighborhood. I'll just go on to add that part of the reason it's so sensitive, and there were approvals, there were arrangements being made for space to be at the Barra College site, which was at the very edge of the historic district. This is at the very heart of the historic district, at the beginning. From the train station, there's a crow's foot kind of a plan, just like you have at a palace or something like that, a crow's foot plan that spreads out. And so Illinois Road, Deer Path, Westminster particularly, and Wisconsin are the northeast spreading parts of this. Everyone who lives in that direction goes along this little particular street. In addition to its being very historic, and the reason that that school is important is that from 1860 to 1863, the first teacher was the niece of Harriet Beecher Stowe, who wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin, and she was an abolitionist who taught integrated classes in those years. So it's a very historic area. The architecture is very important. Families that live along there have made tremendous investments in that property to keep it in, keep their landscapes and keep their buildings, their churches in fine condition. And it isn't that this is not going to be, wouldn't be a nice building, but it's going away from McKinley Road, which I think a lot of us are comfortable with having it be things to be on McKinley. And as we've just been talking about and looking at the actual historic, the map of the historic district, this is actually taking part of the historic district and turning and making it a condo. And that has never been accomplished. It was proposed for Barra, never happened. In this case, this would be the first time that we built condo space in an historic district. And to say that there is significant concern about that is to underestimate this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, do we have any more members of the public
Yes,
wish to give testimony?
yes, Chairman, we do. I'm going to invite Mr. Paulson to speak. Mr. Paulson, if you now have the ability to talk. If you would unmute yourself and you can make your comments, keeping them to 5 minutes. Please also state your name and address for Chairman Kerr to swear you in.
Hi, I'm Tom Paulson at 902 Oakwood.
Mr. Paulson, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So I just like to thank you guys' time for spending the time doing this, this late at night. A couple comments. I first got on this because I started seeing stories that this was going to be 3 stories high. And I looked at it and I texted, emailed a couple people, and I heard it was 2 stories high. So on the internet, a lot of people locally recently today, during this discussion, we're showing pictures of the 3-story addition. So they stirred up, which is happening now on social media, a falsehood out there about the property. That's one thing that brought me to the meeting. So I've been listening to the meeting, the whole meeting, listening to the presentation, the neighbors, and my wife and I walk around there, and it's sort of an eyesore. It's a loose tooth or a broken tooth, and it would be nice to be. But I also listened to Mr. Whitmer, and he said, well, if we just leave it zoned, because one of the commissioners was asking, why don't we just build a house there? Well, it's economically one thing, but also realistically, there's economics involved in this. But there's also, it's zoned to have 3 to 4 condos, I believe. I thought I might have heard 3 to 4 townhomes. Is that correct?
The current proposal is for what, 6 to 8 units within the 2-story
Correct. But if
building.
they don't develop it as the plan of this neighborhood that they've created of very high quality residents to the community, and if they just say, okay, you don't pass this, I've heard this, well, it's going to ruin the transition. It's going to ruin the historical district. So what happens? They keep it in the current zoning. You don't grant the building. And then you're going to have 8 townhomes that aren't going to probably be as attractive to the community that it would be as this building in this plan with the rezoning. So I look to the commission to think through what are the different choices you're going to have. Are we hung up that this is going to be a condo building of 2 stories where you're not going to see the cars at all? It's going to match the buildings to the neighborhood that are beautiful, that are bringing massive amounts of tax revenue to the town in real estate taxes. And obviously the land gets sold to the city. So that helps a little bit, probably not a lot, because it's sort of like this dead piece of land here. But I look at it, you guys have to think about, okay, the transition. I heard the whole worry about the transition in the cityscape. Having 6 townhomes there is not going to be as attractive as this building, in my opinion. So I think you got to look and weigh those options, okay? Times have changed since the grand plan was made, okay? And the world's changed, and the way people have moved and lived, and people are living longer, so you have more condos for people in their 70s and 80s and 90s that are living in these condos to live. So I think this is a great idea. It's a great plan. And I think it's a great compromise from going from 3 stories to 2. And if I weigh that out over having 8 condos or 8 townhomes down on an alley with cars back and forth, or a building right now that's being recommended to be demolished, stay there, versus a 2-story, 8-unit, high-quality condo. So I think it's a great idea, the plan they have laid out and the compromises they give in. And thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. Michelle, do we have any other callers?
We do. The next caller is Rami Lopat. I'm going to also share a screen for her. And Rami, I've now allowed you to talk. So if you would introduce yourself, and you have 5 minutes, Chairman Kerr will swear you in.
I'm sorry, Michelle, but I don't have a shared screen.
I am bringing it up right now.
Oh, okay. Thank you. My name is Rami Lopez, and I live at 410 East Woodland Road. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this 10:41 hour.
And Rami, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
And we do request that each petitioner keep their presentation to 5 minutes or less. We have all received your correspondence. All commission members have had some time to review it, a short time as it arrived just this afternoon.
That was mostly background information. Thank you, Ms. Chairman. My comments on this petition. I'm opposed to the zoning change for 373 McKinley. I believe it should stay R1. I believe the city lots should stay GR3 for now. I'm opposed to the special use for the planned multifamily project. I believe it fails on multiple criteria. I think the master plan should be reviewed due to changed conditions, especially public awareness in the library's expansion plans. I think a park is the best solution for the city-owned sites. And I think if you say no to this, each constituent group that you must be concerned with is still whole. Here's Westminster Road as we know it today. There's a Victorian single-family house in the foreground. There's the colonial house that is being petitioned to you for demolishment. And there is a grand colonial house currently underway with a massive restoration. Now, if this man that's standing right here took a little more of a walk and he threw his glance to the left in the future, this is what he would see. And I ask you, does this multifamily project look architecturally or even functionally compatible with Victorian and colonial single-family houses? I think not. So why does the special use fail? It negatively impacts the overall character of the historic R1 district. There's no other residential building of this size. In fact, I believe it's now over 26,000 square feet east of the railroad. It's architecturally incompatible. It's not transitional to the single family homes. A new residence who wants to live in the shadow of a mega condo. Former homeowner Donovan didn't. And prolonged construction starting 3 years ago will injure the use and enjoyment of neighbors' homes. So why am I also asking you why relook at phase 3 of the master plan? Because time has changed the inputs. First, public awareness. We've seen public buildings 1 and 2. We've seen how building 2 is over the library now. The public now understands there is too much density on this narrow lot. 1,000 people spoke out on this petition. Ms. Cerniak repeatedly has promised us over the years, I've been quite a participant, that master plan phase 3 could be revisited as the development happened. Next, I believe that many of the parameters and recommendations that guided the master plan were not fully complied with. And most of all, the library is now proposing to expand on an already too tight site. And here's what I'm talking about, if I can get my cursor over there. Excuse me. Here you go. In the middle, you'll see the McKinley project. Here's the major building that we're talking about. Here's the single family. Here's building 1, here's building 2. Here's the library as it exists today, with its parking lot up here, its rear building, its convoluted roadway that is convoluted. On the right, you see Lake Forest Library's preferred plan. Look closely. The building is a 2.5-story building, so much larger than already exists. And that makes this roadway come, again, always convoluted, all the way up, right onto the fence line of the McKinley project, right along here. That that means that the parking will no longer be up there. That means that the parking is now moved to the front lawns of the library. And here you go. What you have not seen in the past is a drawing that marries these two projects together at the same scale. So I put them together. So you see the major building with the condo and the single family home. You see all the single family homes nearby. And you see this little open space that's supposed to be dedicated open space. You see the fence. You see a roadway. And you see a 2.5-story building. So this public space is not an inviting public space. I'm sorry, but I would call it more of a dog run. What you also notice is that building 1 has lost its view. Building 2, well, gets a little of the green space. Building 1 and the back of the library, a 2.5-story building.
Sorry, but the buzzer
I have one.
is to indicate the 5-minute time allotment. If you can wrap things up, we'd appreciate it, especially given the hour.
Of course. If you look,
We have had the opportunity to review your lengthy.
this is not.
submission.
This is not in there. The 2.5-story library building with grand windows would look right at the back of the condo building. So what happens? I don't believe there's any downside in saying no and revisiting the master plan. The city's tax revenues have already been well realized with buildings 1 and 2. That's all we ever expected. The developers are relatively whole financially. They had the enjoyment of a construction site in exchange for a demolition. If a park is created, the neighbors and the condo owners would be ecstatic. And a park would fulfill the promises of meaningful green space that were promised in all the parameters and true public access through the site. Then the library would have the flexibility to solve its circulation and parking problems, possibly expand and use the city lots for construction staging. The public would maintain the stability of its historic preservation district, and it wouldn't suffer from more years of neighborhood construction noise. So I don't believe there's any hurry here to approve this project. And I believe everybody's whole, and I hope you will consider saying no. Thank you for your extended time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Michelle, do we have any other speakers? It is approaching 11 o'clock.
Yes, we do. We have other speakers and we're getting a call now. If I could mute myself, I'll take the call.
There is a mandatory cutoff for the meeting at 11. However, I understand we can vote to continue the meeting a bit longer. Okay. Let's take one more call and then see where we stand.
Chairman Kerr, I have your next caller on the line for you to swear in.
And Michelle, can you give us an idea of how many other callers are there?
I do not have any further callers, and it appears that we have 1 or 2 more raised hands.
Okay. Then please put on caller number 6.
You have the caller on the line.
Hi, caller, you are now in front of the Plan Commission. Could you please state your name and address?
My name is Sally Downey, and I'm at 475 East Westminster.
Ms. Downey, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give and have given in the past on this petition is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I do.
And I just want to mention to you, if you weren't on the line before, that we have all received, all members of the commission have received all correspondence to date, including your own.
Thank you. So no, first of all, thank you very much. I know it's late and I'm probably the last caller. So
No, actually you're not. So
Oh, okay. Well, good. I'll make it quick. I am opposed to this for several reasons, but most have been mentioned not only in my email to everyone, but also by the other people on the phone call. I'd like to just mention a couple of things as I've been listening. One was for when Mr. Whitmer presented. He showed a bunch of photos showing the dilapidated area that they have cleaned up. And the photo that he didn't shoot that I find the most interesting is of the Quinlan Coach House and the expansive lawn in front. I think that's an important picture to actually show, because that's what we on Westminster see. That was what we were used to before it got torn down, and it was torn down with no plan to replace it, which is what the rest of us have had to do. I actually built a house on Westminster Road, and I couldn't tear down a house until I had an appropriate plan for replacement that went through the historic preservation. Secondly, Mr. Whitmer talked about how the prices have not been impacted by this, and I just thought it was really just not a fair thing to say. The recent sale and prices have been driven by the city exodus and the pandemic. The people who bought Mr. Donovan was going to move anyway, but the people behind Mr. Donovan moved to another area in Lake Forest. The people who moved into their house did not know about Building 3. That sale was based off of the house and the location. They didn't know about Building 3. So the Building 3 should not get credit, nor should the condominium complex get credit for good housing prices. Thirdly, when it comes to drainage, I was at all those meetings, and while I keep hearing how this has been 10 years of work, well, for the neighbors it hasn't. It's been a couple of years of being looped in. And Mr. Donovan always talked about drainage and was told it was not an issue and it could be solved temporarily with a swale built, put together by Mr. Whitmer and Altunian. But the first we ever heard about a potential issue that can only be solved by the building moving into this is just recently. In fact, tonight is the first time I ever heard that the only way to solve the drainage issue is by expanding the condominium building into the Donovan property. And then the last thing I'd like to bring up is the fact that in all these conversations, I have heard several times the city talked to the library, that the city talked to the developer about buying the church house, that the city encouraged the developer for Building 3. The only group that hasn't been talked about are the neighbors. We live there. We've invested our own money and our lives into our homes there. And we have not been looped in on this. And in fact, in November, at the last time we were in front of you all, you asked, and Kathy asked, that they loop us in and keep us in the conversation. We didn't know anything until we saw a moving truck, the Donovans leaving, and then heard through the grapevine that, in fact, the Altunians had bought it. And I'm sure you've gotten letters talking about the fact that they had gone to the neighbors a year before and promised, after hearing how adamantly they were against it, promised that they would not buy it. So there's just real disappointment, and I just hope that you will consider saying, no, this does not benefit property values. This does hurt the integrity of having a historic district in the first place. And I really hope you can take a pause, because it is different than when you first started in 2016. The library wants to do an expansion. The expansion doesn't accommodate the parking problem. And then the Swift property also wasn't in play when you all were looking at this. It's a different time. It's time to pause, and the city still owns the property. This does not need to happen. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Downey. Michelle, how many more speakers do you anticipate?
There's one more hand raised right now. Would you like to take that person?
We'll take that one, and then I think we'll have to take a vote as to whether to continue this tonight beyond 11 o'clock.
Okay, Ms. Strong, I've unmuted you and allowed you to speak. If you would unmute yourself, Please make your comments. You have 5 minutes and state your name and address for the chairman to swear you in.
Hello, my name is Heather Strong. I live at 230 North Mayflower Road.
And Ms. Strong, you are coming in very strong, which is helpful on a Zoom call. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Please proceed.
I just wanted to bring up one point that I haven't heard iterated this evening, and it is concern that most of the discussion this evening has been the impact of what happens east of this project. And I would like to talk a little bit about the impact that these projects have west of the project. When you look at the site plan, it's very conveniently cut off that you don't see the massing of the library. You do see the massing of the train station, but you don't see Market Square on the other side. And I am just very concerned that buildings 1 and 2, the overall blockingness of this far dwarfs the size of the train station. When you look at the size of building number 1 in an aerial view, it is as big as the whole block of Kittles on the side of Market Square. So this is majorly impacting not just the historical district to the east, but it is also impacting Market Square. And if developments like this would be continued both north and south up McKinley Road, the whole feeling of Market Square would be much different. Instead of living in a community like Lake Forest and Lake Bluff, we would have a downtown that felt more like Highland Park, which is very different than what we have now. So I'm very concerned about when you look at the 333 Westminster property that has been there for a while, there are articulations within the massing of the building with the patios and the balconies that do transition into the R1 residential area. It is not one solid mass with just balconies hanging on it. There's setbacks both on the street level, but and also they talk about massing from when you talked about massing, reducing the height from the 3rd story down to the 2nd story. We should also talk about the floor area ratio and the buildable allowable for each of these sites, because buildings take up the entire, they're maxed out, the building area. So I'm very concerned about that moving even further east. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Michelle, does that conclude the public lined up?
Yes, it does, Chairman.
All right, then that concludes the public testimony. Initially, Mr. Terosian had requested the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Terosian. I don't know if you're still there, but we did not receive a signed form from you. Is it your desire to cross-examine?
Michelle, can you bring Mr. Terosian forward, please?
Chairman, he's calling right now. Just a moment.
While we're waiting, I'll make a motion to extend the hearing time to accommodate the close of public comment and deliberations by the commissioners, please.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'm sorry, I can kind of hear you, and I'm not sure if you can hear me, but I actually have a Zoom hearing going on with people in China and Hong Kong right now, so I did not submit the form because I will waive cross at this point, but reserve all rights, of course, for any future litigation.
Thank you, Mr. Terosian. Is there a second to the motion from Commissioner Freeman to extend the meeting through deliberation?
Second.
Thank you. We will proceed. Public testimony is closed. Any final questions from the commissioner to the petition Petitioner or staff, direction to petitioner and staff request for additional information. Hearing none, any petitioner rebuttal to any of the public testimony or additional information you need to or would want to add and apprise the commission of?
I'm good, thank you.
Staff response to public testimony?
Just two quick comments. The representatives of the library have followed this project throughout the process. I just wanted to note that. And then just to clarify, the drainage issues on 373 Westminster, perhaps I misspoke. I meant to say that the only way they can be resolved is for that house to be demolished. I didn't mean to say that they couldn't be resolved unless it's a portion's incorporated into this site. Just wanted to clarify that.
All right, thank you. Well, we will open it then to commission discussion and comment or to commission action. Any comments from commissioners?
I'd like to make a few, and I'll try and be brief given the hour, and appreciate your patience. You know, I do appreciate all the community members and the comments that have been made. And it's not just tonight, we've had many, many discussions before the commission. I also want to thank the developer for being open to creative solutions to incorporate those concerns into the plans. I'd also like to thank the members of the Building Review Board and the Historic Preservation Commission. I have reviewed all of the meeting minutes from those other commissions, boards, and commissions. And I note that many of the concerns raised about massing, density, design were also raised in our discussions with the petitioner before going over to HPC. On Saturday, I spent over 30 minutes examining the model of the site at City Hall before driving around the area and walking the site, which I've done many times throughout this project. I've also read every communication to the city on this project to date. You know, at prior hearings, I noted that during the 5 years while the Plan Commission has been reviewing this area of the business district that abuts the East Lake Forest Historic District, you know, we've seen a number of different constituencies raise concerns. The library, the church, the residents of the condo development to the north on Westminster, and of course, residential homeowners in the area. To be clear, the library did raise expansion as a consideration, and the Plan Commission did review that. That is not new. In fact, the preferred plan currently proposed by the library was made possible by the land grant that's associated with this project. That road could not pass through the way it does absent that consideration. And I would just submit to my fellow commissioners that in response to the concerns raised, the developers made a number of changes, including purchasing neighboring properties, something that I've not seen before. And you know, the history is well documented in the staff report, so I won't get into that other than to say, as those changes occurred and the petitioner addressed them, the number of constituent groups raising concerns reduced with each and every one. So that's not to say that the remaining constituent group is not important, it most certainly is. I just think the best demonstration of whether the petitioner is being responsive and this process is working is that we have not heard from those other constituencies. And again, concerns raised by others than the library. The library was very active at the beginning of this petition. So we don't prioritize the rights of certain property owners over others. We consider them all and under the guidelines that we're required to follow. So I'm sorry, just one last comment on constituencies. There's been reference to 1,000 people being engaged in this. That has not been presented to us in the materials. There was a change.org petition that is part of the record. And as it relates to that, I would just urge my fellow commissioners to read that language carefully to understand what people were actually agreeing to. The petition doesn't, in my view, accurately speak to this particular petition. It does not provide any evidentiary support for the conclusions that it makes. And as a result, the petition language is not really particularly helpful in my view to reviewing the criteria that we have to review under the zoning or special use ordinances. I mean, we heard it tonight, and I've certainly seen it in the correspondence that was sent to the city, that the way the petition is phrased has created an impression in the community that somehow this massive condo building is being built in the historic district and in replacing a single family home. And that's simply not what's happening. If I were to phrase the issue as it relates to this project, I would ask the same question that the petition asks, but in this way. Does granting a zoning variance for 37 to 38 feet of the western property line of the neighboring property to the east, where HPC has already approved demolition of the home, make it more likely that future developments will be approved in this and other historic districts, irrevocably changing the character of Lake Forest? The master plan did not commit to specific footprints. It certainly didn't change the GR3 zoning of the properties within phase 3. So the proposition that this site is limited to a duplex or a single family home is simply inaccurate. But again, I think the impact is important for us to think about. I think we all share the sentiment that our community is a special place. And that is an important thing for us to consider. I just don't believe that a zoning change to accommodate 2,500 square feet of a condominium building to sit on the property that was formerly zoned R1, as the words of one individual says, desecrates the entire historic district, nor does it have a devastating impact on the entire district's property values. So I would just say, in closing on this, these are very special structures that are around this property. That has always been the city's concern. I think that's why the city has spent 10 years up to this point looking carefully at this, what is called the cultural corridor, thinking about how we can best utilize it and make it available to not just the members of the complex itself, views of the library, views of Market Square and the train station, but to make it available more broadly to the public. And that has been our focus from the very beginning. And I'm confident that a very deliberate process has been followed here. And I'm equally confident that the process is working and will not open the floodgates to the desecration of our historic districts or the character of our community. I think that the number of changes in the length of this process certainly contradict that position. So in closing then, I would just say the evidence before the commission this evening demonstrates that a zoning change to only the additional 37 to 38 feet along the western property line of the neighboring property on Westminster will allow the developer to do all of the following: reduce the building height from 3 stories to 2 stories, maintain the same density of 6 to 8 units, allow for a single family residence with standard setbacks and lot size between phase 3 and the neighbors further east, improve the grading and water issues for the neighboring properties immediately east of this property, maintain the green space north of the building along McKinley, and maintain the green space and additional parking for the library to the south of the building. These are considerable improvements to the project, and I think that evidence mitigates any perceived risk to neighboring properties. And I'll leave it at that, given the hour. Thank you.
Thank you for that summation. Commissioner Douglas.
Well, I am concerned about the precedent of allowing rezoning in the historic district, but not because I think it's going to mean the worst for the district as a whole, but just as a precedent. But I'm much more concerned that the rezoning allows the phase 3 building to nearly double in width. And to me, that change in mass from what we saw on the last version is much more objectionable than 3 stories stepping down to 2 for the entire phase 3. In fact, in the last presentation, we had 3 stories stepping down to 2 at the north end. So I don't feel like 3 stepping down to 2 is the compromise that we're achieving by rezoning. Basically, when the building expands such that the frontage on Westminster is 175% of what we last saw, it's too much. If you look at the site plan, and this came up in some of the public testimony, the 333 building on the corner has a lot of space around it, as well as being, a well-articulated mass. And so it's already kind of starting the transition because of the space around it. And then all of a sudden, phase 3 gets quite dense, as was pointed out. And in fact, one of the photos that we saw of the building at 351, which is the Victorian that's attached to 333, to me, 351, and I think Commissioner Athenson said this at the very beginning, 351 is the transition. So, now we've got a vacant lot, and then we've got 373, and what a great opportunity, to fill those 2 holes with buildings that are, that compatible with the historic district. I found it a little ironic that the petitioner showed in the massing, in the perspective, it's called the bird's eye view. The conceptual new residence to the east of phase 3 was essentially a 1.5-story mansard home with dormers and porches and bay windows, much as you would expect the HPC to approve in this situation. So, long story short, I'm against the rezoning. I'm not against phase 3 proceeding. I think there's a solution, but I just because it's late, and I'm actually on the East Coast, so it's tomorrow already for me, but we can't just all fold because we're worn out. There is a solution here, and I don't think we're quite there. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Moorhead?
Thank you. I agree generally with Commissioner Douglas. Just a couple points. The new width of the north facade of the building, I think maybe he mentioned it, and I think I did the math correctly, but it's almost double in size, or roughly. That's a material change. It can't be ignored. I am concerned that the new proposed building. Let me back up 1 second and say this. I appreciate the developer, the petitioner's efforts at trying to mold this project into phase 3. I think that some developers I know are very stubborn and don't accommodate reality, and I appreciate the hard work. So I don't want to be dismissive of it. But I am concerned that the new proposed structure essentially wraps around the property at 385. And not only would that property be impacted on the western side, but it would be impacted on the north side. And the current location of that, where the improvement would be on the north side, is within what the R1 setback would otherwise be. So it's closer than it could be right now. With respect to, so there's 3 issues: the special use approval, the rezoning, and the plat consolidation. With respect to the special use approval, I know Kathy and Peter touched on these points, but I'm not, if I had to vote today, I'm not fully confident because I haven't gone through in great detail. I have gone through, but I haven't gone through enough to convince myself that the LaSalle Sinclair standards are met. So I'm not saying that they wouldn't otherwise be met, but at the moment, I don't think the evidence has been shown. I mean, I could say number 3, would it negatively affect the overall character of the area? Well, it would impact the house at 385? Number two, would it be injure the use and enjoyment of property in the immediate area and diminish property values? Well, it might impact 385. With respect to the 401 property owner who spoke earlier, I'm not sure he's in the same position, has the same standing as 385, but it does 385 does appear to have a material issue on this point. So I'm not confident that we've satisfied the standards for special use. On the rezoning, I'd be uncomfortable voting to support a rezoning at this time. The phrase that comes to my head is we're kind of drawing the foul. We're saying, yes, this is compatible with the trend of development, but the petitioner has created the trend of development causing all this. So you've got the developer doing phase 1, phase 2, and now proposing phase 3, but it's right up against the residential historical district. And so I'm not sure we've satisfied that either. I'm not saying we haven't, but I wouldn't be comfortable supporting that at the time. And then the plat of consolidation, it's not trivial, but it's more of an ancillary matter that we can discuss at a later point. So long story short, I wouldn't be supportive of the special use approval or the rezoning at the moment. I'll table the plat of consolidation. We could vote to deny it tonight, or we could vote to continue it. If we do vote to continue it, I am familiar with the overlay historic district, but I would be interested in hearing from city staff more on that point. Not necessarily tonight, but if we talk about it in a month, maybe we can have some more information on that. Those are my points. It's late, I'm rambling a bit, but that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Atkinson?
Okay. So I'm going to go through my notes here. Sorry if I'm not, it is late. So I'm going to try and be a little bit more organized here. But, the one thing I keep thinking is that communities lose their historic character, not like with one big event, but by smaller, numerous chips away at their character. And our historic character, as Mayor Lansing said, does not happen by accident. And in fact, I even checked on the city website, and the City of Lake Forest Strategic Plan includes in its most recent iteration that the protection of its historic district neighborhood is one of its guiding principles. City council boards and commissions, they work really hard and are charged with the responsibility of protecting our treasured historic characters. And as Kathy mentioned, it's really our responsibility to manage any kind of proposed change so we don't lose that valued character. So decreasing the historic district, even by a little bit, in this—
By 1/6 of 1 acre.
Okay.
I just want to be clear on the amount for a district that's over 1,000 acres.
Is that okay?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Is it okay if I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I was just making a clarifying point. Sorry.
It's okay.
I mean, usually if we're in person, there's a little more give and take among the commissioners. With the Zoom, it's a bit more structured. So I apologize if I've upset you.
It's difficult with Zoom, I understand. So, so anyways, as I was saying, to me, it seems that, decreasing the size of this historic district is benefiting just one developer. And it's more of a short-term financial gain and at the cost of a permanent change to historic district. And the proposed decrease in the historic district does not really benefit our community or create potential reduction. Sorry, I'm trying to read my notes. So, the one thing I want to say is that Mr. Whitmer's model was really helpful for me because it helped me understand that the proposed building that he in this site is really incompatible with the Westminster historic neighborhood here. It really was loud and clear on that, and it's incompatible in architectural style, in massing, in height, and especially in density in this area. and I think therefore is detrimental to the character and potentially to the value of the surrounding homes. There are many competing needs and desires now on this property. And we've got the Westminster neighbors, we've got the developer, we've got the library. And I think the best compromise for all parties to achieve some satisfaction is for the developer to investigate a single family home that's compatible with the surrounding neighborhood homes on Westminster. You know, we still have an opportunity here to create something that enhances the surrounding historic character of Westminster. Building that he's proposing really matches best to the buildings on McKinley, but the McKinley streetscape is completely different from the historic Westminster streetscape. And I just, you know, I want to say something about that. Like Kathy brought up the Mayflower condos. Now those were an adaptive reuse, so that was different. Right. The condos on Oakwood are considered really a failure on Oakwood because you destroyed the single family home character on that part of Oakwood. They're massive and they don't fit in with the single family home. And fortunately, we didn't allow that development to continue down Oakwood. So for me, I am obviously not in favor of this petition because I think the solution is a single family home that's compatible with the Westminster surrounding neighborhood homes and the Westminster streetscape. And the petitioner has not explored this option at all. And I think, you know, to really sound radical here, I think the city might consider donating the back part of this this property as open space and help the library with their expansion, and then also, you know, create more open space instead of all this tight density right here that really does negatively impact the surrounding neighborhood. So again, I'm sorry for rambling also, but it's late and I'm not in support of this petition at all.
Thank you. I would just be very brief and say that on the Plan Commission, we need to balance and look at what benefits all residents of Lake Forest. And then we also look particularly at surrounding neighbors to make sure that there is a benefit there. We look at the interests of the community. We spent much time, and I know Commissioner Freeman can vouch to this. We looked at duplexes, townhomes. Impervious surface was a real problem. Separate driveways for those types of buildings were a real problem. And a single structure seemed to actually provide less traffic, less impervious surface given to driveways, and maintaining that internal garage entrance. You know, and I think Commissioner Athenson, you were a part of this. We had several discussions about protecting the streetscape of Westminster. And one of them, of course, was that duplex that was pushing out. And we required the developer to go back and make sure that it was parking entrance interior to the site, not upsetting the Westminster streetscape. I see benefits to the community as a whole from this phase 3. I see benefits to this particular neighborhood within the historic district in that the traffic study showed that the office buildings that were there generated many more trips during the day than 3 phases of this condominium would. And the number of units even is reduced from that traffic study. So it may be even less of an impact on traffic. The streetscape is preserved. We would presume that Donovan's property, 373 East Westminster, would have to pass review by the HPC, which would add further input and protections to the surrounding neighbors. There have been drainage problems. There may be several ways to settle it, but certainly new construction at that site would help. So I'm wondering if, anyone's mind is going to change, or if it isn't time to proceed, take a vote and proceed to city council with this. We've tried so many different things for phase 3.
So could I ask a clarifying question? Is it possible, rather than deciding all of the factors here, is it possible to get a feel from city council, Kathy, answers to the questions like the 38 feet and the zoning issue? Because the GR3 zoning isn't going to change. So another developer can come along, because I imagine this one's probably, it's been through it already, and the duplex the thing was not working. So, but another developer could come along and propose a duplex or townhomes on that property. And as long as it's within the GR3 zoning, we can't force people to build a single family home where the zoning doesn't require it. So, I mean, can city council just give us direction on the zoning question? Because then at least we know what kind of a building we could approve, and we could think more about how it interacts with the rest of the community. Is that possible?
Yes, absolutely. Commissioner Freeman, I think you could make a motion on the zoning, and wherever it lands, we will forward this to the city council. I do think the Plan Commission has done more than its due diligence, and it's really time to get input from the city council to see where they're at. The master plan, or the disposition of the city property, if there are any different decisions to be made on that, that's up to the city council. So I absolutely think it's appropriate to forward a vote, and a vote on the zoning would be a good place to start.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to comments from my fellow commissioners on this. I mean, I just thought then at least we would be doing we would be fulfilling our function on the remainder of it. Or do people see that differently? Is that not helpful? Should we just send the whole thing along?
I think it would be helpful to get clear direction from city council on whether they will agree to what I would consider not a very significant zoning change, but if the mass of the property on Westminster is a factor, I think we should get some direction from them.
And my sense is whatever motion you forward, the city council is going to consider all the discussions to date and all aspects of the project. It absolutely is time to forward this to the city council. I don't think there's any more information or iterations we can expect the petitioner to move forward with without some assurance. If there's a decision to make this a park, then you should know that and the petitioner should know that. And now is the time, after 5 long meetings on this. I would encourage you to move it forward.
So could we take a vote on this petition as presented, and with the recommendation that the city council, review it, or would the petitioner just appeal to city council?
The Plan Commission is an advisory body to city council. Any action you take, this will go directly to city council.
So we could still take a vote tonight on it.
Yes, I believe that's what Commissioner Freeman suggested, is that you take a vote on either the zoning or simply a vote on the petition on all of the recommendations. But the zoning is the threshold issue for this particular phase. So I would just encourage you to take a vote. Whatever you want to vote on, I think at this point, we will move it forward to the city council.
And I would invite a motion from Commissioner Freeman regarding solely the issue on the zoning change.
All right, or can I just ask before I do that, if Commissioner Moorhead or Commissioner Douglas feel like if we limit it to zoning, are we still going to be having this whole discussion again about streetscape and everything else? So will we not have advanced the discussion? Because if not, then we should just send the whole thing.
I think that's correct. I think we need
So
to vote.
you would suggest send the whole thing?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to ask for the other. I get where you're at, Commissioner Atkinson, and I appreciate that. But
any motion you forward, the council is going to consider this in its entirety.
Okay.
Because there's been a lot of issues raised, and I think the council has some decisions to make. So whatever vote you take, we will take this to the council and we will get new direction. And I don't know what that direction will be.
I agree. I agree.
Okay.
You can vote on this.
Commissioner Douglas, I'm sorry, some of the sounds are fading out here on Commissioner Douglas and Commissioner Athenson.
For my part, I would rather just vote on the zoning because I have a clear picture of that. As I said before, I'm generally in favor of the petition, but I'm against the rezoning. So if you make me vote on the entire petition, I'm going to be very conflicted here at 12:30 Eastern. So
The difficulty with that is how do you make the building economically viable if you don't provide this zoning variance request?
Well, let me give it
it was
a try.
economically viable before on the last petition, and furthermore, the economics aren't cast in stone. The sale has not closed. The purchaser can renegotiate with the city by saying, you know what?
Before you requires the zone change. So the zone change is a threshold issue.
Right.
Which you really can't vote on the rest if the zone changes, if your recommendation is denial of the zone change. Again.
So let me give it a try. I move that the Plan Commission send this matter to City Council and make the following recommendations in support of the third phase of the McKinley Road redevelopment. Number one, approval of the zoning change from R1 single family residence to GR3 general residence for only the 37 to 38 foot portion of the parcel along its west property line as further discussed in the staff report. And two, approval of the plat of consolidation. Then we'll know what we're dealing with.
Do we also need to vote on the special use, Kathy?
I believe the motion as presented is enough to get the council's read on this. I think the motion as is appropriate.
So just to be clear, the motion is saying that we approve of the zoning change.
Correct. Approval of the zoning change from R1 single family residence to GR3 general residence for only the 37 to 38 foot portion of the parcel along its west property line as further discussed in the staff report, and approval of the plat of consolidation.
Okay, so the vote would be, well, that is the motion. Is there a second? Am I allowed to second? Commissioner Moorhead?
I was going to say, I'm not going to vote in support, so I'm not going to second it.
Okay.
Chairman,
can I second the motion?
Yes.
Okay, because I think at this point, we should show how the commission is reacting to this, and then ask for additional input by presenting it to the city council. So all those in favor. Now, Michelle, this would have to be a roll call vote again.
Yes, it will, and I'm happy to take roll.
Okay, thank you. So
Commissioner Athenson?
Nay.
Commissioner Freeman?
Aye.
Commissioner Moorhead?
Nay.
Douglas?
Nay.
Chairman Kerr?
aye.
All right, so let's try again. What if we just do the special use then? If it's the zoning that's holding us up, Kathy, can I go that route?
The vote you just took, the motion fails. That recommendation, that vote goes forward to the city council.
City council.
Don't need to do anything else.
Very good, thank you.
Any vote by
And I would say, given the hour and, you know, maybe we're all lagging a little bit here, and it would be good to get the input from city council. I personally, it's been a long 5.5 years, 2016 to now. So on this proposal.
I agree.
Thank you. Thank you all for your.
And you haven't been at it that
comments.
long.
Thanks for the good discussion tonight, everybody. I really appreciate it.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Be well.
And for your points of view. All right. Is there any other business?
Nothing from staff.
Okay. And we did extend the meeting simply to conclude discussion and any action on this proposal. So without any objection, the meeting is adjourned.
Oh, Kathy, can I ask you a real quick question? Do you have a new calendar for next year's meeting?
Yes, and we will get that out to you. We
Just
should
wanted
have
to-
had that on the agenda and I
It's
overlooked.
just been too long, too many other things going on, I think.
I believe as scheduled, all of the meetings, none of them are bumped due to holidays, so they are all as scheduled on the second Wednesday of the month.
Okay.
We will get that out to you.
Thank
Thanks for the reminder.
All right, thank you all, and thank all members of the community who expressed interest.
Good night.
Good night.
All right. Thank you.